All right. So I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Are there any general announcements from the floor? Without any other general announcements, I will say we do appreciate Patty being here after his long service of two full terms on the board, and we're grateful for your wisdom and appreciate your service.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. I hope everybody had a chance to review the May minutes. Are there any questions on the minutes or clarifications proposed? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion from the floor to approve the minutes as submitted.
So moved.
Thank you, Patty. Any second?
Second.
Thanks, Mike. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Motion carries. Okay, with that, we'll move into the nominating committee report. Erin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Nominating committee is bringing 2 nominations that we'll be voting on today for new board members. Just a little background, the committee was myself, Ilana, Corbin, Casey, and Bonnie. I think that's it. And Director Long. And we ended up getting 13 applications. We selected 6 of those to interview and ended up interviewing 5. And we had a really strong applicant pool and are very excited about the 2 that we are bringing to the board today. And I'm just going to take a minute and read their bios. Okay, so the first is Adam Lewis. Adam Lewis is a social impact consultant, strategist, and nonprofit executive driving social justice and creating a more equitable world through play, sport, and community. As a community advocate and change maker, Lewis has talked about play and empathy at TEDx, is the Portland Timbers Community MVP Award winner, a Multnomah Athletic Foundation Impact Award winner, a 2020 fellow with the New Leaders Council, and has been featured in the Washington Post, USA Today, and the Oregonian. Currently, Lewis is collaborating with the World Athletics Championships the World Athletic Championships Oregon 22 to bring community-changing programs to Oregon youth, and has worked with large companies, city and county governments, athletic clubs, nonprofits, and mutual aid groups around the country, and is the founder and former managing director of Street Soccer USA Portland. Lewis's work is guided by a belief that in order to address our greatest humanitarian challenges, we must start doing the one thing that makes us human. We all love to play games. So that's Adam's bio. Adam also had applied in a previous year and was high on the list, but didn't quite make it. So we're very happy that Adam applied again and are looking forward to nominating Adam. I'm going to read the other bio, and then we can take any questions that people might have, and then I'm hoping we can do a vote. So the second is Crystal O'Grady. Chris O'Grady, JD, is the Child Care and Development Fund Administrator for the state of Oregon and an enrolled member of the Monacan Indian Nation. As CCDF Administrator, Chris has the opportunity to engage various community and research partners to develop childcare policy at the state level. As the lead agency for CCDF, ELD is responsible for setting the vision for childcare in the state in accordance with federal and state requirements. Before working for the state of Oregon, Chris was the early childhood coordinator in the Office of the Young Child for the city of Pasadena, California. Throughout her career, Chris has led trainings on child welfare research and public policy topics, from LGBTQ awareness, the Indian Child Welfare Act, and community asset mapping to improve policies and procedures in congregate care settings. She oversaw the implementation of the City of Pasadena's early child development policy and the master plan for the Young Child to Unite diverse programs and services in the city of Pasadena and to meld them into a cohesive, coordinated, family-centered system that focuses on policy, service, and pursuit of public and private funding options to improve the lives of young children ages birth to 5 years old. So that was Chris's bio. So yeah, the nominating committee is very excited about these two. First, does anybody have any questions or anybody on the nominating committee have any comments that they want to add before we do a vote?
Thank you. Oh,
I was just going to say, we did get to meet Adam last night, or some of us did, and I must say he was a very impressive young man. I mean, to have accomplished so much that early in his career, he's really quite something.
thank you, Patty. Thank you, Aaron. I just wanted to also add that Commissioners Liaison Stephen Herrera did review the applicants and did suggest 4 that he felt were strong, and all 4 were in our interview pool. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you, Aaron, for submitting that. Is there any discussion on the 2 suggested nominees? If not, I'll entertain a motion from the floor to formally advance these 2 nominees to City Council. Thank you, Ally. Any second? Thank you, Adrienne. Any further discussion? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Aaron. With that, we'll move on to the Board Affairs Working Group report. Ally.
Yeah, that's me in Casey's absence. Usually he's our person to give the update. Last month's been talking about the board mission, which obviously is going to come up today, and I'll talk more about that today. And we're going to break into groups to really dig into that. We've also talked about the relation between working groups and the board and the rules of engagement. For example, what happens when a working group has a recommendation and wants to bring it to the full board. The general consensus has been that the procedure that's relied on works well if it's adhered to, and there are some possible revisions to the bylaws that may be reviewed later, if not sure. Another is board members representing the view of the board in public has been a conversation. It was discussed at the May meeting, and the general consensus is that the requirements set forth by the bylaws are good and should be adhered to, with a suggestion to clarify an area in the bylaws, which is greater clarity when working on parks issues outside the board, for example, fundraising for a parks project. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Ally. Any questions or any comments from any other members of the Board Affairs Working Group? Hearing none, we will move on to the Community Engagement Working Group. That's back to Erin.
Thank you. So the Community Engagement Working Group didn't meet last month, but I did want to give a little bit of an update to people around the proposal that we all approved as a board for changing meeting times and locations. We've learned that right now with Oregon kind of new laws around what's required in terms of being able to access our meetings, really the only location we've identified so far is the Portland building that has the right kind of technology needs for that access that's required. So I know that Parks is working on having the kind of technology available at other locations, and we're still working on this, but for the immediate future, the meetings will be at the Portland building. We still plan on meeting in person, like the proposal said, through September, and then moving to virtual, although there will still be a requirement to have a physical location at the Portland building, so that people that don't have access via their computer can still attend the meetings. So it's a little bit interesting. I wanted to update people on that, and we'll keep people updated as we learn more. And then our kind of next upcoming work as a working group is around increasing basically our board visibility, so that people are aware of our meetings and how public comment works and whatnot. So just that's the update. Corbin, do you have anything that you want to add?
I think that's everything. I think we'll just have more next time we meet. So I think that's good.
So that's the update. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you, Erin.
Okay.
Any questions from the floor or anything that other members of the community engagement working group want to add? Okay, I was just going to add that I think staff was also looking into some other alternative sites that we have had board meetings at in the past, including the ones that I can think of: the Community Music Center, the Pinnock Mansion, Eastmoreland Golf Club. So
Yeah.
that is also in progress. Anything else?
Actually, I have a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Did you settle on any new times, or is that still being considered, or time of the day? I know that was an issue for access.
Yeah, we did vote, when we voted on that proposal, we did vote to change the time to 5 to 7. I was just looking at my calendar. It looks like maybe invites haven't been sent out for calendar invites for the board meeting yet, but the time will change to 5 to 7 starting in July.
Why?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or further clarification?
Sorry, that's just for the board meetings, not for the working group.
Yeah, the working groups are still determined. The times and meetings of those working groups are still being determined individually by the working groups.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, we'll move to Financial Sustainability Working Group. Mike.
Oh, thanks. So staff has been working with Commissioner Rubio to develop a plan to create a task force of community stakeholders to look at long-term funding alternatives for after the levy expires. This will be real similar to the approach that happened in 2019 with the groups reviewing alternative funding options and kind of consulting and providing advice as individuals. It's not a decision-making body. So the target timing for this is probably going to be late summer to early fall, I believe. Staff is currently working with the commissioner to finalize membership of that group. As a board, we're hoping to get more meaningful participation in that group. Last time we had one board member and one alternate that participated, so we're hoping to be able to up that a little bit this year. And then park staff will probably be looking to our full board also to review and provide input on a lot of materials that are going to be presented to that task force. As part of the work and preparation for these meetings, Parks is also looking at special districts in more detail, including looking at how they're doing it in other locations, especially in Seattle, which has an interesting structure where the city council is the governing board for the special district. I'm assuming not everybody here knows what a special district is. So just as background, it's a form of local government that's formed to meet a specific need. It could be things like libraries, sanitary services, parks and recreation districts. In fact, there's 50 parks districts in special districts in the state of Oregon. There's a number of pros and cons of potentially switching to that. But as it relates to long-term funding, one primary appeal is that as a stable funding mechanism, it can be a stable funding mechanism for funding, including permanent funding dedicated specifically for those purposes. So not having to fight over general fund allocations every time. Under current state law in Oregon, a special board can only be governed by county commissioners or an independently elected board. Parks staff is currently researching what would be done to change that at the state level, to change the law so that it could be run similar, if possible, if desired, to the way Seattle does it, where the city council is actually acting as the governing board. As far as the budget for approval for the budget this period that starts July 1st, no real changes in that. The approval process is continuing. There's an adopted budget hearing June 8th, and there will likely be a second hearing the following week. We had our first conversations as a committee about the budget that starts July 1st, 2023. So this is a long process. Staff is in the first stage of that, which is guidance development. What that means is basically in July, Director Wong will put out guidance to each of the division managers in parks on what the budget priorities are for the Bureau for the year. And then the managers then look at those priorities to develop their budgets and project requests. So we provided a little bit of input in that in our last working group meeting at a very, very high level. We're expecting to see some draft guidance for our feedback at our next working group meeting. And then finally, in our last working group meeting, we got a presentation on the schedule and funding requirements for the North Portland Aquatics Center. It's estimated to cost between $50 and $60 million, and it would take approximately 5 to 7 years to build. So far, the funding that's been identified to date is close to $12 million in system development charges and $15 million in state lottery funds, so a total of almost $27 million. That leaves a potential funding gap of $25 to $35 million to fund the facility. One interesting component of that is there's some timing considerations. Is a full funding plan has to be developed by next spring in order to secure the state lottery funding. So the funding options will likely be a capital bond or an allocation from the city's general fund. The Bureau hasn't developed a plan yet for moving forward, but are working to ensure the council is aware of the timing requirements. And probably the conversations around this funding will be wrapped into the alternative funding discussions that happen later in the summer, because there's probably going to be some overlap there. So that's what I have. It was a lot. Any questions or anybody else on the group? Yeah, Alan.
Just why does it take 5 to 7 years to build? And that might not be a you question. I'm just curious. That seems like a really long time, but yeah.
There's a fairly lengthy, I think, permitting process, right?
Okay.
And I don't know what else there
Yeah.
is to.
I mean, that's one big piece that a lot of people don't think about is the land use process. So because we're looking at open space zoned areas that are owned by parks, at least this is the first wave of site selection, then that will require a conditional use.
Got it. Thank you.
So I didn't see the order. Adrian, anyone?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
question. Whatever happened with federal funds, grants and also some of the infrastructure funds? Could they potentially be appropriate for pools?
So I did-
What are their aspects?
So there were some ARPA funds that were allocated, but I don't think is there anything that could be allocated towards pool funding?
Well, federal funds generally, we could be going after like federal grants if that's what you mean, for sure. But then the current city funding for ARPA, those funds currently are being allocated right now, and pool's not getting it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking of, some of the shorter term infrastructure grants.
Yeah, for sure.
Through the feds.
Yep, yeah,
I
for
have
sure.
no
And the
idea
Office
if-
of Government Relations just stood up a new like grants team
Uh-huh.
for the city. And so that will hopefully be a new partner for us to help go after things like that,
Right.
for sure.
Todd, you got-
I just wanted to add on about the task force. So I think our opportunity is many. And so I don't know, I know we're on kind of tight schedule maybe this morning, so maybe this is a topic we can talk later in the day, defer to you on how we want to do that. But the task force in 2019 was a collection of individuals representing a variety of different stakeholders, from park advocates, social service type providers, business community, variety of different stakeholders across. And the goal of the task force is to get individual feedback that will give us the sensitivities around different stakeholders of different alternative funding sources. So it's really an information collection exercise for us, specifically for the director, to get that feedback. So we can show a variety of different funding measures. You can imagine high net worth individuals around an income tax are going to have something different to say than folks that may not pay the tax at all. We're trying to collect that type of information. So that's really the goal of the task force. And so the Parks Board will have representation on that, as well as the Parks Board or the Parks Foundation. I think our opportunity, because we have more time than we had in 2019, when we were and I think we're also a little more sophisticated. assessment than we were in 2019 of being able to figure out whether it's the Parks Board Finance Committee that we do almost a parallel process with the same type of information, but it's a different forum, or we have an all Parks Board meeting where, you know, the public actually can join. We're thinking it's a series of, we think we have enough content probably for like a series of 3 meetings. And we're trying to shoot for a July through September kind of time period to get through those meetings. So we have the opportunity, if there's interest from the council, to have an fall council work session that the whole public could be part of and the council could be part of, similar to what we did in 2019. So those are the kind of things we're thinking about. So the task force is kind of approved, and now we're starting to do the invites. And so I know Adina and Bonnie are going to talk here, maybe even today. I just want to like open up that kind of conversation. And I know maybe we're on a tight schedule to get to the Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland at 10, but maybe we come back to this later today about like, or maybe we meet at the Parks Finance Committee to figure out like, come back with a recommendation. So I think that's our opportunity.
We're actually in good shape time-wise. I was just going to interject also for Ally's question. You know, Ally, I mean, in terms of the length of time it actually takes to develop a new community center with aquatic facilities, you know, there's the architectural piece even before the permitting piece, right? And for the architectural piece, there needs to be the kind of programming study, right? In terms of the types of uses, the community needs, et cetera. So, you know, all these things are sequential. I should probably defer to like the architects of the room who do that kind of work. But, you know, so if you think about that process taking about 18 to 24 months, and then the land use approvals process taking another, and then the building permit process taking another. So that's kind of what adds up to the actual build. I'm guessing, I don't know, I'm guessing it's probably between 18 and 24 months.
Yeah.
It's the actual build,
That's the,
but
that's the easy part.
right, so there's these kind of 3 major phases that kind of have to happen before you get to that point.
And do you guys budget for construction costs 5 years out?
We try.
Because it's, yeah.
We
okay.
try, but yeah, there's always a buffer that's built in, and we try to think about inflationary costs as well. But like supply chain issues now have thrown everything, it's just thrown everything out the window. We, you know, but nobody really foresaw that, but yeah. And actually, I was gonna say also, just as a point of that, is in addition to all of that being challenging, one of the sites that we're looking at has a lot of underground infrastructure so that there would have to be a lot of investigative work if that site is selected. So lots of nuances that could lengthen the project.
So, but given that, like I said, we're actually in good shape time-wise. Is it okay if I move on to get the land use and infrastructure working group report, and then maybe we spend a little bit of time on that, because I think we'll be ahead of schedule at that point.
Great.
Okay, so Patty and David for the land use. Oh, sorry. Was there anything else specifically on financial sustainability working group, or anything that anyone from that group wanted to add to augment Mike's already amazing report? Okay, great. With that, we'll move on to land use and infrastructure working group. Patty and David.
And I'll start. The reason for the land use and infrastructure working group is that in the past, the board has found itself being reactive to projects that pop up. And so the idea is that we track ahead of time what's going on, and we can alert the board to anything that it needs to be looking at in some depth. So you can't read this, but you can see there's a long bulleted list of projects that we track. And this is to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. So what we do is when we meet, and we're meeting on Tuesday, we discuss whatever appears to be current, whether there's some movement, and report back to the board accordingly. So it's really a sort of filter process, but it makes sure that the board knows what's going on and can act when they need to. The North Portland Aquatic Centre is one of the topics which is currently garnering a lot of interest. We're also looking at the future of O'Brien Square, which you know has been closed for a long time now, and really is a bit of an eyesore in the middle of the city. We're looking again at the South Parks block, what's happening there. A lot of reaction from the downtown neighborhood association. We're looking also at Rose City playground updates, and we're looking at community built unauthorized park improvements. People have been converting tennis courts to pickleball courts, and they've been building their own little boarding parks. And so a lot of that stuff needs to be to make sure that it's safe, for one thing. And so how do we intervene sensitively in that without stifling people's enthusiasm, and on the other hand, making sure that they're not creating hazards. So that, broadly speaking, that's what we've been doing. David is taking over chairmanship of that. And so we'll continue to look out for that big, long list of things. David, do you have anything to add?
I think the only thing I would add is that it is a pretty big and comprehensive list of all the stuff that's going on. And so I think we should find a way to be able to communicate that list at our board meetings, so that if there are things that want to get kicked up to the board out of the working group, that at least the whole board would be aware of the things that we're tracking. And if there's a special interest, or if there's a project of, some special interest that folks have, that we could ask for more information to be brought to the full board, right? And so I think maybe a more formalized process of how we make those decisions. Usually it's just been, hey, that's interesting, can we learn more about that? And that's been the process that kicks it up. But I'm just wondering if that's part of the process that we should be thinking about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I like the idea of having something a little bit more formal, because otherwise, it's really up to the judgment of,
Yeah.
you, me, whoever.
Yeah.
And then if we can get, I guess, to provide that kind of information. So I like that. So if there's some way that you want to structure it for the land use infrastructure working group reports, so that folks can sort of say, hey, there's this other thing that I noticed is going on. Can the land use group kind of take a peek, or, get an update on it? That would be great.
Okay.
Anything else on the land use infrastructure working group, either from the members of the group or questions from the floor?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your tent. I have to re-configure myself to be
Looking for the
that.
virtual tent.
I'm looking for the little hand. Oh, and Corbin's got her hand up too. Okay, go ahead.
Just quickly, I just want to remind folks that the Bureau monthly report has an extensive list of all planning and capital projects. And to be fair, it's actually an annotated version of what I received from Lauren. So, so that might be an opportunity, if folks read that, to sort of get a sense of other projects that maybe aren't floating to the top that may be of interest. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. And Corbin, I see your tent is sideways figuratively.
Thank you. I really like the idea of having a list, and like when are these projects happening, maybe even mapping it out where, because while we're looking at what is going on, I think it's also an opportunity to just look at the those communities or areas that are either undersourced or underserved in particular ways, and also to keep our eye on that.
Thank you. I like the idea of mapping it too, to ensure that we're, paying attention to what's going on citywide. Anything else on that?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Alejandra.
And I don't want to kind of a tangent, but the idea that this, unfortunately, to a point, this committee has to be reactive, because a lot of the things we end up talking about, our projects are things that come out on, they're newsworthy, if you will. So might be like a press release or a report, or like a report of some kind, and kind of like feel that we need to give it priority on the list. So it's something that I would really like to kind of like look into, how we are addressing, how we're prioritizing those projects. So everything from the I-5 Rose Fire project to the old statue, South Park blocks, etc.
Thank you. Any other comments for land use work infrastructure? If not, we can go back to what you wanted to talk about, Todd, on the task force.
Great. So I'll put in the chat here. after we wrap up our conversation, but for newer members, or anyone that was around but just didn't participate in the 2019 council work session or hasn't really had a chance to dig into that, I'll repost our website link, and there's a nice good video on there. And I'd really encourage you, if you're really interested in digging into this, to watch it sometime. It's a couple hours, but at least in my tenure, which goes back to 2007, it's the most thoughtful discussion the council's ever had about alternative funding for the park system. While we had referrals, they never actually, except in that venue in that time, really considered the different options of how to fund a park system. So that's like baseline information that if folks really want to start digging into this, I really encourage you to look at that. And that's the goal of what we're trying to get to, is to kind of level up at some point in the future when our Parks Commissioner and leadership decides the timing is right, that council has another discussion, considers of what the options are to give us the right direction to move forward on one of those options. Whether it's a, you know, not small, but not new funding, like a legislative change at the state to allow us to create a parks district here in Portland, to a variety of different like alternative funding sources like income tax, food and beverage tax, capital bond, parks levy, and other ideas. And so, as you know, Sarah Huggins and a number of our staff have been working the last couple of years, basically doing due diligence, calling around the country, finding best practices. So we have a lot of information that's kind of added since 2019 that council hasn't had the benefit really of seeing. And so that's the type of information we would see like us being able to share like in the first type of meeting at a task force or at a parks board, at the Parks Finance Committee. I think that's an opportunity. We're thinking like the next meeting's more about like starting to collect feedback from individual stakeholders, or again, could be the Parks Board or the Parks Finance Committee about the stresses, pros and cons. Some of those taxes are regressive, more regressive than others. They obviously tax different populations and stakeholders in our community, some of which benefit greatly from the park system and some of it that benefit maybe less, arguably. And so there's real policy discussions, right? And so that's the kind of feedback we're trying to get in the second and third. We're not trying to get a recommendation of the task force. We're collecting individual feedback from stakeholders that are representing certain interests. And so the Parks Board is a different body, right? The Parks Board can make recommendations to council. And so that's your opportunity, I think, of how you want to go through this process of, you know, learning more about the information that we've collected. And then at some point, whatever the time you decide is your time, to start making your own independent recommendations as a community advisory body. Again, I think our timing is more like the earliest would be a fall council work session if we had one at all. And that we're not talking about any kind of short-term like sprint to try to get a referral here. Like we're really trying to get people to point us in the right direction. But it is really focused on a ballot referral. 2019 work was really just baseline information, getting everyone in the task force, and this work will be really about trying to hone in on a specific option that private polling or other stakeholders might want to go out and find out if their voters are interested in supporting it. So I know that's a lot to think about, but I mean, that's, so when you think about the time that you have on your committees or this meeting, you know, those are the different things. And if you like, at a minimum, I would recommend that at like September meeting, maybe the October meeting, we'd bring back like a full report to you about all the things that we've learned around the task force. And it would be kind of the pre-information before we go to council. So you would have all that information of what we've learned over the summer, like at a minimum. But then the opportunity is kind of yours of how much time you want to spend on this.
Thank you, Todd. I see Erin has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Todd. I was just wondering, for the kind of ad hoc group that you're pulling together, will it be the same kind of constituents that were involved last time, or are you looking at a new or different pool of constituents? And follow-up question, are the members of that group, are we going to be informed of who the members of the group are?
Yeah, so we're in the process of trying to recruit members, so you'll definitely know who they are. And the stakeholders, we tried to do pretty broad in 2019 as well, as, you know, both people that are very close to the park system, and then people that are still, we're still asking them to volunteer, we're not paying anybody. So they have to be interested enough in the topic to be willing to show up to these task force meetings. But then from, you know, other sectors, whether if it's our economy or, you know, other organizations, private businesses and others. And, you know, one of the values of, at least from my perspective, of that task force is you're trying to see where there would be opposition to ideas. I mean, we love parks, all of us. I mean, we dedicate our career, you all volunteer your time. My gosh, we're here on a Saturday. But what's the biggest stretch we can do to support the park system and actually win at the ballot with not having overwhelming opposition that would make that campaign so costly that we can't do it, or we wouldn't actually win. And so that's kind of the value of trying to do some of the outreach and inviting people to the table, even though we might hear some things that we, you know, some of us might not agree with, right? Of that, some people are going to put down some ideas that other park advocates and supporters might want to still be on the table. And that's the value of getting that individual feedback, I think. Adrian?
I think, I think Corbin's hand was up first, Adrian, sorry, and then we'll come to Adrian.
Thank you. I guess when we're talking about things being on or off the table, do we have anything that is off the table? I'm particularly concerned around the public-private ventures that I've been seeing that have been slowly privatizing park space in some interesting and problematic ways. Or are you thinking about purely public funding for public parks?
So we've taken a more like analytical approach to our work at the staff level. And so we're trying to document, just like we have that on our list, you know, of what's the scale of public-private partnerships to deliver services, and then show, like, as you're describing the pros and cons, that sometimes those partnerships might restrict public access or require a fee. And so we'd want to document that and then show the public-private partnerships. I've looked into this one a little bit. For the scale and scope of the public services we provide, we'll never get close to providing a sustainable funding source for us as a park system the way Portlanders have told it and envisioned it. And that's what we want to document. And so we want to do that for each type of idea. So all ideas are on the table that we collect, and then we try to collect the best information to show the pros and cons of each.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corbin. Adrian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for being so forthright about how this all works. And it sounds like we need to listen really carefully to what you said, that it sounds like it would be valuable for the Parks Board to actually come out independently, potentially in support of something. And that's what I was kind of hearing between the lines. And so, I mean, I'd like to make sure we have that as an agenda item, and, you know, are we going to do that? What would be the mechanism we would use to look at that and come up with it? And then my second part of the question is, I understand the political sensitivity and feasibility around funding models, but I'm also interested in kind of what do we know about outcomes? So, you know, worldwide, you know, how do we best get to sort of world-class outcomes for our park facilities, for our service levels, et cetera? What is that funding model? I'm just curious. Again, it's a big topic, so we probably should table it with a full agenda item, but sort of in short, have you been looking much at that?
Yeah, so Sarah Huggins does this better than I do, so I'm gonna put my best Sarah Huggins hat on. But you're right, it's not just about the funding, right? It's about the services and the benefits and hopefully the community outcomes from that investment. And so and that's the question we asked in 2019, and that's something that we want to keep confirming with you as an advisory body, with Portlanders and with the council of what kind of parks and recreation system do you want in Portland? And what they told us clearly in 2019 is swing for the fences. We want a world-class park system. You know, we want an equitable park system. We don't want, you know, east of the Willamette to have 21 to 23% tree coverage and west of the Willamette to be closer to 50. Yep, we want a new pool in North Portland. Like, this is what we keep being told. But then are we going to then create a revenue source to be able to deliver that service is then the question that was on the table. And they told us, go back and look into these 5 ideas and come back with a recommendation. So that's what we did, and we came back with the Parks Levy. But the Parks Levy is just the operating costs, right? So capital deferred maintenance is the big hole that's in our, so we'll talk about that, about the growth of the park system. Parks SDC program largely covers that. Operations, well, it might not be perfect. We're in a stable point, at least for a temporary 5 years. And then capital deferred maintenance, we have a major hole, $500 million. Probably should be investing over $50 million a year in major maintenance, and we get $4 or $5 million a year from council right now. So are we doing this as a community and as a council, or are we not? And that's the kind of like what we're trying to like level up to. And what they told us in 2019 is go for it. So we need to bring back a proposal, at least put it on the table to show how we would close that gap. And what are the funding sources that are available? And what are the strengths and weaknesses of each of those funding sources? That's what we're really trying to do.
And I'm gonna echo what Todd said about going back and watching that work session if you have an opportunity. Because I think it's very educational, but it also shows our overall approach. Our approach will be not dissimilar, except we have a lot more time to do a lot more due diligence than we did last time.
Could we get the link to that? Just sent to everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat here.
Is there a list that could be shared of, I'm not sure if they're very big, it's a $500 million list, but is there a list that could be shown of what those deferred maintenance things are? Because, you know, some of those are going to be in line with community needs where outside advocacy could be really useful in securing additional funds. So I wonder what those partners are to be able to make a stink and say, hey, this is how this area is being neglected. I'm thinking specifically of ADA, but I think there's probably other things within that as well, where outside pressure could amount to more money.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to go back and get the updated list, but I think we got that question from the mayor in 2019, and we gave him an Excel sheet that was like 35 pages long.
I'm sure.
So yes.
I would love to see it.
At that time, I think we had 50 things in the park system that were closed. And at that point, our talking point for when we looked over 15 years, walk around the park system and just look at anything, and 1 in 5 of those things will be gone. So like, let that sit in, right? You like, tell people to go to their park, walk them, whether it's a pool or the playground, it's gonna be gone because we can't take care of it from a deferred maintenance perspective. We're trying to like dial in that 1 in 5 number to make sure like we can really stand behind that. But that's Chris Silkey's work in asset management, really, that's been working on that, and they're doing a good job. And it's really about the unknown too, of like, we're always assessing every day, every week, every month, and then those assessments go to all. So it's that churn of trying to stay on top of like the condition. But we know we have a lot of things that are in dire need of repair.
I mean, it goes into community trust, right? Things, people bring something up, it goes on a long list and it feels like Parks isn't responsive, not knowing that bigger context, but it really comes down to community trust and how the community feels about parks.
Right. And we love aspirational language. All of us makes us feel good, right? And it makes people inspired to volunteer and get involved. And at some point, when you don't follow through, then actually, to your point, it breaks the trust of, they just keep saying things that are super positive, but the reality is like, it's crumbling underneath. And that kind of honesty is like what we're trying to do in the Sustainable Future Project, is like, at some point, we either have to deliver or stop with it, the aspirational language, because it's actually harmful to the trust of the good things we're actually doing, because good things are happening all the time too. It's just those get discounted then because people, we've talked about delivering up here. We've got resources to deliver down here. And that is good work that people should be celebrated for, but they're not, because we keep talking about delivering something up here.
No.
You know.
Corbin has her hand up again.
Thank you. And thank you, Ellie, for bringing that up, because I think this is an opportunity for us to work with the Parks Foundation and possibly the Friends of and the Longsiders that may not necessarily think of themselves as like park folks, but use it for different activities. And I think the other thing to really consider is moving from like just a mission statement to an implementation statement. Like, how are we going to roll this out? What is this going to look like? How do we get this information out to folks? But yeah, I love the idea of being able to really partner with different folks and have these discussions. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you. I was just going to add two things. In addition to the deferred maintenance list, there's also a list of all the ADA violations that are in place. And it is extensive, but it's also scary because it's like for every sign that's too small of a font, for every, you know, so it includes a lot of things, but I know that those lists are available. I was also going to add, Todd, that one thing I know that, you know, the Parks does an excellent job of is reaching out to communities that represent, you know, less privileged folks who aren't able to volunteer for things like this. You know, my concern is that, you know, the ones, those community members who are engaged with those kinds of groups are heard, but the members who aren't engaged with those groups are still falling through the cracks. And that's a concern to me. So I'd like us to continue to think about ways that we can remove those barriers, because there are a lot of people who aren't able to come and volunteer their Saturday because, you know, they have to work at this time or whatever. So I'd like to think about those people. Any other comments on the task force? If not, I see Melissa and Catherine are here, and we can go into a break so that they can set up for the Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland discussion. Thank you. Folks online, I think we're going to take a quick break. We're a little ahead of schedule, but we'll come back here at, how about 10:10?
There we go. Okay. Erin, Dr. Corbin, can you hear us and see the
Yes.
screen? Okay, great.
Did they miss an introduction?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We missed the
We'll just
introduction.
do it over.
Can we be reading? Sorry, folks.
Sorry, Erin and Corbin, we had you on mute. I just introduced Catherine and Melissa, who are going to facilitate our next discussion around Healthy Hearts, Healthy Portland. Take it away.
Cool, okay. This is our first hybrid meeting. This is the first time we've done something in person and we've done something remote, and this is the first like coming together of the two. So if we're a little like hypersensitive to what's happening on the technology versus in the room, please bear with us for that. I'm excited to see so many people in the room today. We are here to get some feedback on the Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland deliverables. So hopefully most of you are part of the first engagement point on this initiative. It was, a few months back. And then we were asking for just like open-ended input. Like, what do you think is important for Portland Parks to be focused on in the coming years? And since that time, we've had work teams draft deliverables for mission, vision, values, and a racial equity statement. So we have drafts that work teams have created. I think some of you potentially have been part of those work teams, and we're going to be getting your feedback in response to those today. Okay, let's go through the agenda. So Melissa's going to kind of lead us through a quick icebreaker. We are going to be using our digital tool to collect your input today. So we will be using Menti. So you will need some kind of a device, even if you are in the room, to log on so that we feel like we're having kind of a shared experience for participating. A phone works great. It doesn't have to be a full computer. If anybody does not have a device or would not like to use a device, you may, you've got a kind of a packet of printouts, a paper in front of you. And if you want to answer the questions and provide your comments in neat handwriting, I am more than happy to take your input and put it into our system with all of the other digital feedback.
Hey, Catherine,
Yes.
I actually have an extra laptop too. If someone
Yeah.
that doesn't want to do it on their phone, would rather do it on their laptop.
Yeah, and I can give mine up as well.
Yeah.
Just let me know.
Todd's giving away a laptop. Look under your chair.
I gotta say, you don't really want Todd's laptop.
Okay, so Melissa will kind of walk us through logging onto Menti and lead us through an icebreaker. I'll give a little bit of just like an overview context of where we are in the process with Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland, and some of the key themes that we heard in our listening from Wave 1. Then we will get aligned on like what our definitions for some of these guiding statements or artifacts are. And then we'll dig into getting your input. So you will see a draft of proposed values, a draft racial equity statement, and then a series of options on mission, vision, and what we're calling outcome categories that you'll provide input on. So our goals are really just to provide as much transparency around this process and work to date and to get your input. All right, Melissa, you want to talk us through Menti here?
Sure thing. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for giving us a little bit of time on a busy agenda. So as Catherine mentioned, we're using a live survey or polling tool called Menti. Some of you are familiar with it. If you're not, that's okay. It's pretty easy to use. But as Catherine said, if it's a struggle or if it's just not feeling right, it's okay. We can take down your comments on your packets. In neat handwriting. So you have two options. You can either click the link that I just put in the Zoom chat, or for those of you in the room, it might be easier for you to go to www.menti.com. That's MENTI.com. And you're going to type in the code 88685410. And as you're getting in there, it's lovely if you can send us a little heart that we know, that way we know you're in there, and it's just cute and it makes me happy. So you want a
Does
happy?
anyone need a Good? All right.
All right, yay, all right, so, at 8, I wonder if there's, how many folks do we have online that might be? We've got
Just 3 at
two.
most, but, well, right, 2, because Sonia has already.
Yeah,
May get 9.
all right, so we're at 8. If you're struggling to get in there or choosing not to, that's okay, just give us a heads up. You're welcome to flag me over. I'm here as kind of support during the mentee session. And if you're online, feel free to shoot me a message in the chat and I'll be working to monitor that. Are we good to move forward? All right, thumbs up.
You okay? What?
Is the heart supposed to, oh, yep, I'm good.
The heart's just a cute little like, hey, I'm here.
Hey, how do you do?
How you doing? So for our icebreaker today, we're going to go through a few slides where you're going to share, hopefully, if you're comfortable, share with us some things about yourself. So our first one is, which interests do you identify with? You can choose more than one. And in just a minute, we'll start to see some answers populating. Unsurprisingly, we have some nature lovers. No gamers in the audience today?
Mario Kart.
Just my names.
Mario Kart counts. That's like the level of gaming that my partner is a big gamer, but I'm a Mario Kart gamer. Okay, so we have a lot of nature lovers, some artists and makers. It's not surprising to me that we have creatives. Yeah, some of our little options here are covered. I wonder, there we go.
Yeah.
Look at you. Okay, thanks so much. Figuring out our tech. Okay, so if you can move forward. Our next slide is, which roles do you identify with? When we did this with SMT, senior management team, there was no middle child category, so folks made sure to put one for us, just like middle children do. All right. Helpers, I love that. That one warms my heart. Glad we have some helpers in the room. All right.
I'm getting an unexpected problem.
Unexpected problem? I wonder if you were to refresh.
I know.
One of these
Questioning my
helpers
life
needs to go over there.
choices. Right? Oh, well, no biggie.
Thank you,
I'm one of
Director
those
Long.
ones, I guess. It doesn't like what I said I
Yeah, but we
was.
want you to be able to.
Parks
Didn't believe
Director
me.
/ tech support. All right, so while we're doing that, I'm gonna give just a minute.
Fun.
I'll come and help in just a second. So which experiences do you identify with? And so while you're doing that, I'll go see if I can help.
She never did clicks and it just wouldn't.
It just
It wouldn't submit.
Oh,
I wonder if it moved you along. Oh, yeah, it did move you along to the new one. Maybe
yeah,
it'll-
it just wouldn't let me submit on that one.
Huh.
Seems weird, but okay.
I hope that doesn't happen. I think so. That doesn't happen too much.
That's why we do the icebreaker.
Yeah, the icebreaker,
Get those
test.
things out of the way.
It's a sneaky way to test. All right.
Nonprofit board service, there should be 9 there.
This is not a
No, this is
nonprofit.
not a nonprofit.
Yeah, it's
not a
government. That is
nonprofit.
true.
That is true, that is true.
Oh, mine is still not working. What, I don't know.
Can we
Try
get-
on your phone. Do we switch to your phone?
Doesn't like my computer.
Is it a Mac?
It is a Mac.
Of course.
Kevin is a Mac.
I mean, I'm
right?
Well, no, she's.
A
Yeah, some of these
Only
seem to be
gamers when we
optimized
need
for
them.
PC. Okay, so for those of you on the call, we're just trying to fix a technical thing and we're gonna get moving in just a second.
Oh, got Todd's laptop coming to the rescue here.
I knew that that laptop would be used.
Even if it can't do anything else.
Well, this-
All right.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get Bonnie in here when we start the demographic questions.
Yeah.
Great, I'm glad I'm useful for something.
No, we just want to make sure that we don't lose you before
will have
the
it.
official beginning. The icebreaker
The
is.
demographics are important. Middle child's important too.
Middle child
Yeah.
is important.
Okay, well, I'm getting the same error message on Todd's computer. Maybe it's me. Yeah, see, please wait for the presenter to show the.
Oh, yeah, that's normal.
right.
That's okay.
So when you click the submit button, it won't let you advance to the next slide until Catherine grants the power.
Yes.
We all move together.
It'll automatically show up.
There we go. Oh, somebody's parking kitty.
That's me, sorry.
Meow. Okay, I think that we're able to move forward. So those are just fun categories that we kind of whipped up, different experiences we might share. We all have a lot that is different about us, but there's also a lot that brings us together that we have in common. And you know, elements of our personality, elements of our experience, things we like, things that we engage with, shape our worldview, shape the experiences we have. And we know that that's also the case with identities and experiences, lived experiences that we have. As you all are aware, Parks PP&R is working to center communities who haven't had as much access to power over time and have been, I won't say historically excluded because it's active and it's happening every day. And it's important for us to know that we're pulling folks in and actually engaging with the full community. The first wave of engagement, we didn't collect demographic data. We didn't do that for a number of reasons. We were coming out of some difficult years as a society where sharing demographics didn't feel as safe for some communities. And so the Parks Bureau was making some decisions around how we would roll those kinds of questions back out. But we intentionally engaged with a diverse array of community members. I can anecdotally say that we had some really great groups of folks engaged, but we don't have that data. So we knew from the get-go that this wave, we wanted to make sure to collect demographic information so that we can get to the place where we're able to disaggregate data and we're able to look at, did we actually connect with the folks that we think we connected with? Does everyone have a seat at the table? So that's a bit of a segue into the more substantial demographic. Those first questions were more fun, not that these aren't fun, but if you're comfortable and willing, it would be great if you could share the answers to these questions. If you're not, that's totally cool. You're welcome. There should be an option for each one of these to prefer not to answer or don't know. So as you're willing, if you could respond to these questions, and then we'll get into our engagement. Catherine will take it from here.
Yep, so you should see this question on your screen now, and it looks like 9 people have already answered it, so you're up to speed. Where every other question besides the demographic questions, you'll be able to see the results live like you could on those last 3. We're not going to share the information here for the demographics. This is such a small group, so we don't want anybody to feel like their answers are public or identifiable. And then as Melissa said, if you have not listed above, there will be a fill in the blank at the end of these questions, where if you had an answer that you feel like should have been listed that was not, you can kind of provide that information there. All right, we've got one here on your current age. You should see that question refreshed on your Menti screen.
Those are nice wide bands.
For those of us that lose track, and really just entered that stage of life, right? Can't quite remember. All right, we're on 10. All right, next one. Do you identify as being an immigrant and or refugee? 10. And then what best describes your current gender identity? You should find with these questions that you are able to select more than one if that is appropriate. And then again, if you have a not listed above, you can provide more input in our last fill in the blank question. Right, us along. Do you identify with having or living with a disability? Sure.
I didn't take it first.
And then if yes, which best describes the nature of your disability? Always hard for me to know how many people are answering this question. So if you need another minute, please let me know verbally. All right. Including yourself, how many people currently live in your household?
Yes. My parking kitty wouldn't let me extend it, so can I just run down there and make sure I have the right zone and I can still answer online?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Is the building open now?
I don't know, Max.
I'll
maybe-
go. I'll go.
No, no, no,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maximus done this.
Right. What is the zip code where you currently reside? And this one you've got to type in. I may have lost David on this question. Okay, so this is the last question. Just to fill in the blank, if there's anything else about your identity, lived experience, or how these questions are framed that you'd like to share, please do so now. All right, I'm gonna leave that question up if anyone is still kind of typing, not to rush you. I'm gonna just share some slides on the screen here to give a little bit more background and context, and we will go back into the Menti when it's time for you all to provide a little bit more input. I should say that, you know, we really like Menti for the fact that we make sure that there's opportunity to capture everybody's thoughts and feedback and not just what gets spoken or said in the room. But it's not to necessarily replace all conversation. So it doesn't have to be a quiet meeting. We'll still have some opportunity to discuss as well. Okay, so here is our listening and learning process. You may have seen this graphic in the last engagement. So we've kind of used these terms wave 1, wave 2. In some ways that feels sort of artificial because like listening did not start with wave 1. Wave 1 was a very intentional form of listening around the Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland initiative, but Parks has been doing listening with community for years, and that listening has been kind of brought into this initiative as well. But our initial wave of listening was with, you know, a set of stakeholders involving both community and internal groups and staff members. to just get high level input on what do you want to see parks focused on? What do you think parks priorities are? And then we had work teams draft deliverables, which we are now taking back out to those stakeholders, not only the same stakeholders that we heard from in wave one, but also some expanded reach as far as who we're hearing from in community in wave two. So wanted to give kind of an overview of what we did here in wave one. There is a pretty extensive report of wave one listening findings. That's like, I don't know, much to Director Long's chagrin, was like 56 pages in the summarized version. But we are not going to take the time to go through that in depth at this moment. We felt like wave one was like some early findings, and we'd be happy to kind of come back to this group and other groups at the completion of wave two with a more full analysis with broader community reach of what we've been learning to date. But since we are going to ask for your input on these draft deliverables today, wanted to share with you at just a high level, like what some of those key themes and findings that we heard in our first wave of listening were. So our stakeholder list is on the right. We had East Portland advisors, Home Forward, immigrant and refugee leaders, Urban Forestry Commission, Portland Parks Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Parks Board, and then all of PPNR staff. So as Melissa noted, in that first wave of listening, we didn't have demographic data collected at the individual level, but we were kind of looking at who we could kind of draw themes to the group that we heard them from. And then our key themes kind of are on the left. So those first themes are things that we have been hearing, you know, even much before we started this wave one listening. So this goes back to all of the listening that Portland Parks has been doing for the past few years. That community really is looking for equitable access to parks and programs. And by access, that means location. So parks that are accessible, as in I can walk there or I can get there easily, as well as affordability. So programs that I can afford to attend. Also key themes around welcoming, safe, and inclusive places and programs. So this has been a continuous longstanding theme. And then we started to see a little bit some new concepts emerge that show up in these next two themes. So land and tree, it's not just about the notion that we need to care for our land and the surrounding trees, but this notion of stewardship. Like the land and the trees really belong to community or Portland at large, and Portland Parks is really the steward of maintaining and caring for these and trying to kind of like reframe or think about Portland Parks' role in that context. The next was a theme around parks truly being an essential service, being essential to healthy communities and something that is like, you know, a right for Portland community members. The next theme around community building and resilience. So this was not just kind of a space for people to gather and have cultural events, but it was also about like skills learning. We saw some stuff around like shared tools libraries, but having access to both being able to build skills and having what folks need in order to feel like they can have a resilient community. Community-centered engagement. So this is around, you know, involvement in decision-making, who's involved in when decisions are being made. And then lastly, we've got public health and vitality. You know, we think because we were kind of in the midst of the pandemic here, we started to notice a shift in comments that had really been more around like personal health and wellness previously, and now it became broader. Now it's more around public health and vitality. Okay, so these themes and a lot of the detail behind them, you know, were all briefed to the work teams who created the drafts that you'll kind of weigh in on today. The last bit of context I will give you is just around like, how are we defining these items? So I'm sure you all are kind of part of a board. You're probably part of maybe more than one board. You've probably been involved in strategic planning, and many of you probably have your own idea of like what makes a good vision, what makes a good mission, how you're defining those things. And so we wanted to just everybody to get kind of a common understanding of these are the definitions that the working teams used for Portland Parks when generating these moving forward. So when we talk about values, we're really intending to create a set of terms that define how we must act every day to achieve our vision and mission. When we say mission, we're talking about our ultimate goal or purpose. And vision is what we aim to achieve long-term. Outcomes, you'll see that we've really kind of reframed some of this work into what we're calling outcome categories. But these are the broad community goals that we as Portland Parks will contribute to. And the racial equity statement is why and how we proactively center race. So when we present these on the other slides, we'll kind of put the statement definition up top, just to kind of remind you, this is what this statement is trying to achieve. I don't think we've heard it at all from this group, but certainly from some of the listening we've done, there's been like a level of, frustration is too strong of a word, but like, you know, a desire to just be like, these words, like, what do these words even mean? Like, this is at such a high level, it's so big, it's so broad, like, why do we even need to spend time on this or provide input on it? And so this list on the right is just a reminder that these kind of broad navigational elements are actually going to lead a lot more of those detailed decisions. So the values, the mission, the vision, they're going to be directive or instructive in making decisions around what we fund, who we hire and promote, how we train, the programs and services we offer, what kind of fees we charge, who we partner with, how we make decisions, and who we engage with and how. So I think it's helpful sometimes to be, when I'm looking at those statements, trying to get out of just like what is this going to mean for our decision making down the road, right? What's going to be most helpful? All right, we are going to move into the values. Before we do that, I just want to pause to see if there's any like contextual questions that folks might have. Are we all good on the
Yep.
remote folks? Okay, cool. All right, chapter 1. Our values. So again, our values are how we must act every day to achieve our vision and mission. These are the current value statements. There are a couple of values that have been used for Portland Parks to date. On the left-hand side, you see the official public website values. And on the right-hand side, there's a simplified set of values that were created and used throughout the budget process to help make decisions. Okay, so this is the current set. The team that worked on values really looked at a lot of inspiration, thought about how, parkies need to show up every day, did a lot of exercises around what they want to see out of values, and wanted a cleaner list of, say, no more than 5 that could be memorable. And they liked kind of like a one term with a follow-up definition to explain it a bit more. Who's got the music? Da, 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 reveal. All right, here is the draft of proposed values for Portland Parks moving forward. Anti-racism, inclusivity, accountability, stewardship, and connection. So I'm gonna not read each definition, but I am gonna just be quiet here for a couple minutes and let folks kind of read and process. So we're gonna ask for feedback through 2 questions. We're gonna ask you for a quantitative rating of just 1 to 5, how close you think these are to being the right set of values for Portland Parks. So that'll be a Menti question that I'll flip on in a second. And then we're gonna ask, you know, what could be improved? What suggestions do you have for improvement? I will go over to Menti. First question over. Your 1 to 5 rating on how close you think we are. All right, we had 10 at one point. And I think we've got David's back, so I'm curious. Oh, no, now there's 10. Okay, we're good. All right, pretty strong. 4.1 out of 5. So we just would love more suggestions or context. What's it gonna take to get you to a 5? How do we close the gap here? What suggestions do you have for improvement? I'm gonna, we'll kind of share the comments, but I'm gonna flip back in case folks that are online need to look back, reflect here. Okay, so I see a couple of common related comments here. So examples of how you will operationalize these draft values. And then I think related is, you know, a little more meat on the bones on accountability. So does this include fiduciary responsibility? You know, what are we saying we're going to be held accountable for? Trying to bring these to life with a little bit more examples. I'd love a little more context on better communication. Is better, would like one of the values to have a baked in commitment to better communication? Is that what that means?
That was me. No, it means, what it means is that the different groups to whom one is speaking in each of these things have different needs for accessibility, and some are very difficult to communicate with.
Yeah.
And one has to be very agile in order to make sure that one's getting to everyone.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, some comments here around inclusive, I think probably inclusive, the one around inclusivity has been one that we've gotten a lot of comments about around either, folks are saying like, do we need a long list? Other folks are saying, let's reorder the list. Other folks are saying we're missing stuff from the list. So we've had a little bit of comments all over the place for that one. But I see this, I know this like culturally inclusive and relevant park experience was definitely a theme we heard in the research. And so perhaps that's not prominent enough in the inclusivity piece. Suggestion here to be like really specific around universal design. And then maybe leaving space for unnamed marginalized identities, religion, size, etc. This concept of person first versus identity first language as it relates to disability and asking yourself what people living with disabilities as language is saying. Is there anyone that could provide any more context there?
I can. Disability is really complex with language, but there's a lot of, within the disability justice movement, there's a bigger call for, there's really no other identity where you put the person first. And I wouldn't say I am a woman with Jewishness or I'm a person with femaleness, right? So this idea that disability is a negative identity, so you have to remove it from the person. It's really complex. Lots of people with disabilities, some like person first, some like identity first, but identity first has been gaining momentum. It's considered polite to not connect people or give people disabled as an identity, but I would read up on it. To me, the word, not just people with a disability or disabilities as it should be, but people living with seems to like distance it even more.
Yeah.
So I would just say it's not a bad identity. It's got a culture. It's important. And so I would just suggest you read up, or Parks reads up on the difference between person first and identity first language and how it relates.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that came up in the PAC meeting too, just around like the thoughts around language there are changing and evolving. And yeah, okay. Okay, is there anything we didn't talk about that's a comment here that anybody wants to speak to? Or we move on?
I would just say that under stewardship, land isn't called out expressly. So it says common resources, which I think is supposed to also include land, but it feels strange in the stewardship section to not have land mentioned.
Yeah. Okay, overall, that was a pretty strong rating. So I think that's been our highest one yet to date. So it seems like we're getting pretty close. We need to make some adjustments, but we're getting there. So that's great.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this feedback in line with the feedback you've been getting? Is it, you're getting closer? I'm curious what any highlights of past feedback are big.
So each group has been actually pretty different in my experience.
Yeah.
And so we've connected now with senior management team, all staff, and the Parks Accessibility Advisory Committee and now the Parks Board. So we haven't yet gone to community at large. And so we'll have more of an idea, obviously, in like a month or so. But so far, this is the strongest. I'd say that the Accessibility Advisory Committee was somewhere near the middle. All staff was a touch on the lower side.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think and most of the comments with all staff is more around like what around living the values and less around what's articulated in the values, right? So.
Thank you.
I'll just note that Dr. Corbin has her hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Corbin.
Thank you. I guess what I'm wrestling with inclusivity is that you're including them into what? Versus also thinking about the spaces that need to be created to reflect the cultural wants or needs from that community, which, we have a very traditional park, a lot of traditional park experiences that go back to Olmsted and Muir and things like that. So what does that mean to be inclusive of park design for those different cultural experiences? So I think it's not just about getting people to that place, but creating those spaces that draw people to them.
Right, yeah, spaces and the programs too. I think there was another comment around that. So being more specific around those two pieces. Thank you. All right. We are going to go into chapter 2 here, which is the racial equity statement. So the racial equity statement, work on this actually began before this Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland initiative. Melissa, do you want to give kind of an overview of the process that was used for creating this?
Sure thing. Let me just get out of here so I can look back at my notes. So, sorry about that. Could have anticipated. In the fall, in the fall of 2020, in the spring of 2021, the equity inclusion team held 7 work sessions and received input from staff from all divisions throughout the Bureau. I believe that you're all familiar with Dr. Kenya Williams, the manager of our equity and inclusion team. He led that work. The 56 workshop participants shared over 360 comments about their insight and values for racial equity and what the Bureau should consider when creating a new, more actionable racial equity statement. So at employee gatherings in the spring of 2021, the team asked employees to share additional feedback. And then the team took a deeper dive into the comments and feedback received. There were over 300 comments. So this data was analyzed, themes were developed and shaped into 2 possible drafts. The work was then taken to the Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland mission, vision, values, racial equity work team to make sure that we had heard from the community in wave 1, listening and learning. What we had heard in that wave 1 was also reflected in the draft. So you can see the new racial equity statement draft here. It's one of our values, but this statement explains both how and why we center race. So that like desire to make it actionable. It will lead our work in training staff and day-to-day decision-making. And I'll pass it back over to Catherine unless are there any questions about the process for this? Yeah.
Do you happen to have a copy of the prior racial equity
Yes,
statement?
we do. I'm sorry it's not on a slide, but I can read it to you. Yeah, the current statement is much shorter. We recognize, understand, and encourage the celebration of the differences that surround us. Diversity and equity are vital to Portland Park and Recreation's ideals and values. So it's simple, it's broad. The goal of, I think, this evolution is to start to get much more specific and concrete in a way that we can better operationalize and use this kind of for training and decision-making, things like that. Yeah, so we're gonna ask the same questions that we asked with values, which is, how close do you think that we are to this being kind of an effective statement to help lead our anti-racist actions as an organization? And then, what suggestions for improvement do you have? But I'll just kind of leave the statement up on the screen for a minute and allow some non-talking time for folks that want to process quietly. I'll go over and flip the Menti question. So for those of you that are ready. Oh, no. Are folks still thinking? Right, so we've got 10 in, we're right about 3.7 here, so most everybody in kind of in between 4s and 5s, and we had one person there, one person out of 5, and most people in between 3s and 4s, sorry. So 3.7 average. Okay, so slightly lower than on the values, a little more opportunity space for improvement. So what suggestions do you have for improvement?
Dr. Corbin?
Thank you. I would like to see less passive language around responsibility. I mean, I think it falls under accountability and responsibility. Let me get the language I'm looking at. Center and elevate the voices of communities and team members who have been impacted by inequities. Where do those inequities come from? You know, this is something that I think Portland Parks, or whether the Oregon or the city, needs to talk about their responsibility for, you know, creating these inequities, and then on the other side, dismantling them to provide these spaces for community members. The other thing that I would like to touch on is around equitable and inclusive programs. I think we also need to talk about culturally relevant programs and services. So those are my two.
Thank you. We're jotting those down, but if you also put them into the Menti question, that will help us.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Are we commenting just on the statement, or are we commenting on all the principles as well?
Yes, great question. You're commenting on the whole slide. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, let's give another quiet minute for folks still trying to process comments.
Oh no, I ran out of space.
You
can enter more than one.
You can do more than one
I know,
comment.
but this one's long. I can't break it up.
To be continued, comment too.
No.
Okay, definitely we're seeing some common comments that we have kind of seen in other sessions. So to the previous question of how similar is this to what we've heard to date, I would say for this question in particular, definitely lines up with some of the themes we've heard. With a big one around just trying to have more like common language and simplicity in language, that some of the words feel like, you know, too academic or buzzwordy, making sure that the language feels very approachable and easy to understand. Let's see. We definitely we've had some conversations around the statement around exceeding the demographics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kenya kind of spoke to that last time. I don't know, do you want to speak to that or?
Yeah, I'm actually drawing a blank. Todd, do you remember what Kenya said about that, what that meant? Because
It was exceeding the demographics of Portland as a whole.
oh, Portland as a whole, okay, yes. So,
And it wasn't clear in the,
yeah,
document.
It just says exceeding the demographics, it just feels vague.
yeah, proportionally,
demographics?
having a more diverse workforce than Portland. as a
Than
whole.
Portland,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
And then we also have heard stuff too around, as Dr. Corbin said, like language feeling potentially too passive and not active enough. Again, you know, really trying to lean into more around accountability for past actions and accountability for your future.
Was there a reason to not ever, I mean, nowhere in here does it talk about, you know, BIPOC, I mean, it kind of implies it, but like center and elevate the voices of communities and team members versus BIPOC communities and team members. Is there a reason to not
be explicit there?
Yeah, or anywhere in those?
Thank you for mentioning that, Ellie. I thought I wanted the same thing, but I haven't been super closely involved. But I was curious what analysis. I mean, when folks use a BIPOC as a term, I feel like that implies a particular analysis or approach to racial equity, and I was curious why it didn't show up as well.
Yeah, I don't feel like I can speak to that other than perhaps the team felt like we're leading with race in all of these comments, so maybe they didn't feel like they needed to be explicit about that, but yeah, having not been on the work team, I don't think I can give any background on that.
I'm in a similar place, and I think that as we think about language, you know, that's one area as well. Like BIPOC is something that folks are struggling with. You know, I've heard a lot of folks with different perspectives around the use of that acronym, even the sort of like spelled out Black people, Indigenous people, people of color. I've heard from some of my own friends, like, you know, I don't identify as a person of color. You know, I'm an Asian person, and you know, like that is, so it's challenging. I think like hitting the right spot. I don't know. I'm in the same boat as Catherine. I wasn't part of the organization at the time that this work was done. But yeah, that's sort of where my brain goes.
I think over the years and across movements, it's gained legs and has kind of lent itself to kind of various uses. But my understanding is that using that acknowledges that Black and Indigenous folks among people of color are the most marginalized, and kind of goes into that, uses that as an entree into kind of when talking about racial justice. And so I would love to know, like, if circle back and follow up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe that's something that we could talk about at DEC and or with Kenya.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'd be well suited to respond to that, but we'll definitely make sure that he knows that was a question.
If I can also,
yes,
if I can also chime in on the BIPOC,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that want to move away from that, but the positioning of the racial categorization goes from those that are the furthest away from whiteness to the ones that are closer to. So you have Black, Indigenous, and other folks of color. I also think that it has been used as a way of folks hiding behind the necessary work to actually say racial categories, because that way they won't get called out if they use the wrong one. And for some community members, it's like nails on a chalkboard, especially the elders and those that are not necessarily within the activists community. And so I think in practice, we need to say the names and get used to saying the names. And also be gracious enough that when people don't say the right one, that there's a space for learning. But BIPOC has become a euphemism for a lot of folks to just be like those people over there. And it's become a binary mechanism of white and non-white. And that has caused a lot of racial issues and upheavals in the last couple of years because of it. So I would support saying all the names, all the races, and getting used to saying that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when we're just saying communities, that feels broad. Yeah, not specific.
I have one other quick point
Yeah.
on that. So, like in the scientific community, there's also ethnicity separated from race. So this doesn't capture that. So where does Hispanic fit in? And so I think our statement needs to reflect what we desire, which is reducing disparities, among all groups that are subject to them. So it needs to be broader than what we have here now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, any other comments that folks put in the Menti here or saw in the Menti that they want to create space to speak to?
I guess just providing more context around the point that I made. It seems like this work is really innovative and emergent, and so it's really hard to I think particularly when you're talking about racial justice, to go to an excellent, so I think it's strong, but I think it could be to go through this and think that we're getting we're rated, there's a chance that we can rate our work as excellent, I think might be a bit counterintuitive to the culture that we're trying to create.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you.
Corbin and Aaron have their hands up. Sorry, I'm rapidly note-taking and missing hands. Thank you for the help. All right, Aaron?
I think Corbin was first.
Okay, Corbin?
Okay, I put this down, but I wanted to say it out loud as well, is that I think that the Portland Parks Board, if I haven't seen one, or Portland Parks and Recreation, needs some sort of land acknowledgement or some sort of historical acknowledgement. So many parks, and I studied this, have been created in spaces that were folks of color at, writ large. And I think actually saying that and acknowledging that is going to be very important for not only community members, but really moving forward with hopefully innovative ideas to close these gaps and dismantle some of these really historical, horrific histories that we have in this country and within this state.
I believe that
That's my hand.
I believe that Director Long would like to respond to that.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed at how long the city has taken to create a land acknowledgement. They were talking about it when I was hired 3 years ago, and we were asked not to create one and supplant their work. So yes, and yes, and yes. And so I'm pretty close to ignoring that request. So, maybe we'll be doing a joint initiative there.
So I just wanted to follow up, Corbin, and also Director Long. I, as part of my role in Commissioner Rubio's office, I just started working with Laura John, the Director of the Office of Tribal Relations, to kind of re-energize that project, the land acknowledgement project. So I'm officially the project manager, so I'm gonna ignore that I'm gonna ignore that I'm gonna ignore it, because there's still a moratorium citywide on land acknowledgements, and it's highly political with a lot of tribal communities. And so so it puts the city at risk. So I think folks are still finding creative ways to acknowledge tribal historical presence, Native historical presence, but I think we're shooting for August of this year to have a draft statement and go to council, have a council approved statement by August. So I'm happy to report back on the progress of that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Expertise in the room.
Yeah.
Manager in the room.
Don't tell on us in our
I
rebellious
didn't
nature.
hear
Erin.
I'm gonna remind you this is a public meeting.
Yeah, we're uploading
It's
this
okay.
on Zoom.
Can you go back to the racial equity statement itself? I
sure
have
can.
kind of it's not a fully formed thought, but I thought I'm just gonna say it. I just have a concern that within these descriptions, I feel like I see so much of the kind of jargon and the words we need to use and the right phrases. And I guess I have a concern, maybe this comes with actions and results, but I just have a concern that it's like, you see that it's all right here, but how do some of these things actually play out in the real world when you say, I don't know. So I guess that's just reading through this. It's like, that would be my comment. Is it a lot of this seems to be using all the right language, but I wonder if, besides the one about demographics, which you could easily kind of measure, there's no like how in the statement. I'm not necessarily saying there should be a how within the statement, because you can't make it so long that it's, a little book, but I guess that, yeah, it's just kind of again, it's not fully formed, but I worry a little bit about that. All the jargon, all the right words, and what does it really mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's some of the similar angst we heard from staff on the values. It's just like, okay, well, what is this gonna mean, or what is this gonna do? And it just made me think, I mean, I don't know that the answer is being that explicit in the statements themselves, but it could be a really great activity for the work teams to have to go through like a series of decisions that need to be made, and using this as their guide and like walking through how it might influence, but trying to get it to use in practice, right? And see what would it mean for decision making could be a good test exercise.
Corbin?
I'm wondering, I mean, I guess going along with what Erin is saying too, is that maybe having a statement saying something that along the lines of that race doesn't determine access to healthy parks and green spaces and programming. That's not a determinant whether or not, once we reach, I think it's like a goalpost that we can say that we reach someplace, when that is not the determinant. Race is not the determinant, as well as your disability is not the determinant whether or not you have access to green spaces and programming. Like if we can remove that, I think that would be a metric of success, versus this is a lot more squishy, feel-good language, but it doesn't set the goal of exactly what we're trying to achieve, which I'm hoping we're trying to achieve. Race, class, ability should not determine your access to healthy parks, spaces, programming, or anything else that's being provided by Portland Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, and certainly we get into more measurable objectives kind of further down the stream. So even you'll see that's a kind of a good segue into kind of our outcome categories, which are broader, but then even those feel a little unsatisfying in some ways because they're not necessarily measurable, but there will be really specific measurable targets to each one of these outcome categories where you'll start to see more concrete goals. I think that's a great suggestion for one, which I haven't heard yet.
Do we have time for one more?
I'm sorry.
Sure. Oh, sorry.
I think it's really with this conversation, but also with Erin's question and actually with the discussion of the land acknowledgement. The thing that worries me a little bit, and particularly with the point regarding policies and procedures, it's how much can actually be done on a department level versus on a city level.
Yeah.
we start thinking about what's the overlapping, I'm thinking in terms of like human resources, benefits. Certainly in terms of budget, which is beyond the authority of either the leadership here. So I don't know if it's a matter of like being explicit about what can actually be achieved, or if it's a matter of maybe managing expectations.
Ellie's better. Just a note about potentially creating space for something on intersectionality, and that communities of color often experience multiple marginalized identities. So how are not just creating space, how are you creating space in a bigger context also for people who may face barriers that are outside of this, right? So you're accounting for people's full selves for those who have multiply marginalized identities.
Really helpful, thoughtful comments. Appreciate all of you for being so thoughtful on this one. Are we okay moving into the next chapter? Mission, vision, and outcomes. Okay, so just to prepare you, and this gets a little bit more complex. As the teams were working on mission, vision, and outcomes, what they realized was that you really need to kind of like look at this as a system. It's just too tempting when you're doing the mission to try to make it do everything, meet every objective, and then the vision trying to meet every objective, and then your outcome categories repeating all those same things. So in order to make sure that we're looking at each piece to solve a discrete purpose, they started to kind of think about them as like packages together. So you're gonna see three options. The first two have a mission statement, a vision statement, and then some outcome categories, which are the same. Those outcome categories don't change option to option. And then there's a third option where you have a mission statement, and the vision statement is essentially the outcomes. The vision is achieving those outcomes. And again, those outcome categories is the same content on all three options. So you don't need to kind of reprocess new information. Just if you start to feel overwhelmed, letting you know that. And we've named each option, or we've given each option an animal to signify it, so we weren't too leading with like creating names. So we'll have, we will look at option rabbit, we will look at option squirrel, and then we will look at option goose. For each of these, we're going to just do a little bit of like feedback and processing around each one of just like, what did you like about this option? What did you not like about it? And then at the end, after we've gone through all three, we will ask for some comparative feedback. And it can be tempting to try to like compare them right off the bat, but we're trying to just let everybody kind of process each option before we do that comparison. For those of you that have printouts, you can flip back and forth. For those of you that are online, if you need me to flip back to other slides at any point, please let me know. I'll be at your service. Okay, so grand reveal, option rabbit. That's not it.
Do over.
Rabbit. Okay. So it's been asked in a couple of sessions that I read aloud. So I will continue with that trend. Hopefully that is okay. And then I will also give kind of some quiet time for folks to read quietly. But for rabbit, option one is the mission statement. Again, mission should reflect our ultimate goal or purpose. Serving in humble shared stewardship of the land, Portland Parks and Recreation's mission is to provide equitable, inclusive access to places, programs, and services that support community health and ecological resilience. The vision statement, or what we aim to achieve long-term, is our parks and recreation services are essential to the health and vitality of every Portlander. We seek to sustain a more inclusive parks and recreation system that reduces inequities, prioritizes inclusion, and empowers Portland communities to thrive into the future. Our outcome categories, which are the broad community goals we contribute to. We seek equitable outcomes in accessible, safe, well cared for public spaces, clean air, clean water, and a thriving urban forest, community and civic connection, mental, emotional, and physical wellness, climate change resilience, learning, play, and discovery, and great jobs at a sustainably operated organization. So as I mentioned earlier, these are broad outcome categories. Each outcome category, there will be like measurable targets within those, but you can start to see the scaffolding of kind of, you know, how things cascade or get more specific. Okay, I'm just gonna give a minute or two of just quiet for folks to kind of read and process.
It seems like the vision, we really haven't had an opportunity to comment on vision separately versus how a display. So how do you want to do this?
You'll be providing feedback on all of the elements of this page in,
Okay.
yeah, in our kind of next.
Together.
Yes, all
Okay.
together, exactly.
And you're also welcome in the comments section to, if you want to explicitly be like, I like this about the vision, or I like this about the mission, that will help us.
That helps, yeah. Bonnie, is this like an organic thing that happened today, or is this
No,
always
it's-
the protocol?
It's the way we've always done
Okay,
it when we
yeah.
were in person, and so the people don't have to sit there with their hands up. So it's kind of the, yeah, so if you have a question or you want to make a comment, that's the way we do it.
I'm catching on, all right.
Yes, you missed that part of the
The
housekeeping.
first time it happened, I was like, I don't know what's happening.
Is that person letting me turn my head?
It's our version of raised hand.
Yep.
I've seen it in some, I've seen that somewhere else too.
Okay, so we've got two Menti questions of just generally, you know, what do you like about Rabbit? And again, you can be really specific. I like something about the mission. I like something about the vision. I like something about the outcomes. But first question is just, what do you like about it? And then the next question will be, what do you not like? So if there are specific words, specificity is great. If there are specific words that you like or don't like, that's really helpful. For folks online, I'm gonna switch back to sharing Rabbit here. Okay, a couple of pluses here for the ecological elements, shared stewardship. That is one that is pretty unique about this option, that is kind of like put up to the forefront. Yeah, there's some comment here around like, before we get to just equitable access, we need to talk about equitable access to what? What is it that we're gonna build? I think we've heard that a couple times too. Yes, the word humble can be a bit polarizing for some. We get a lot of comments, positive and not so positive about the word humble. Okay, great. Let's keep moving and move us here to next question, which is just, what do you not like about it? You are team not humble. You can put that here.
Melissa, could you put it back up for?
Yeah. All right. Would like to see more on accountability. That seems to be, feels like it's missing if that's going to be a key value. The relevance of the conversation around the maintenance backlog.
Yeah.
So, right. I did overhear part of that conversation of, we have to be careful with so much aspirational language with the backlog. I'm looking for a more specific mention of nature, as well as standard of services. The mission might be too long to remember. Yeah, we've definitely heard some comments around not trying to limit this to just Portlanders.
It's supposed to say metro region, not mentor region.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Autocorrect.
Oops.
A lot of people outside of Portland don't love being lumped into Portland. Or
Yeah.
it's like it's a whole.
Yeah. Understandable.
I must have screwed up putting my comment in because I don't see it up there.
Yeah. I also put it in the wrong place.
Could it be?
It's fairly lengthy.
Oh, no.
It was.
I don't want to type it again.
You want to just tell us, maybe?
Yeah, just articulate it.
To me, it felt like a mission statement that was created by a committee. Like everybody's words had to be included in there and it became kind of unreadable.
Okay, yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
you'll see it in the examples, I think like the team was really feeling a tension between this like short, memorable, simple and specific, right? And the specificity versus the memorable. So you'll see some options that are a little bit more simple, yeah.
But we give them the input, so I went and looked at the document on the role of this board, this advisory committee last night, just because I was really interested in that context, and it was written in 2020, 20 years ago, in like 2001, right? And when you read it, you come out and you say, all right, what am I supposed to do? And so anytime you have that response to any one of those sentences from people who are going to be doing the real work, you've got a problem. You know, they need to be able to walk out and sort of say, now, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, not actionable enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I see here that's like not aspirational enough, but then there's also the balance of like, hey, we want to be realistic with kind of our resources and our maintenance. David, do you have a comment?
No, that was mine. It's completely underwhelming
Yeah,
for me in terms of aspiration. Like,
Yeah.
I want to see something that's swinging for the fences.
yeah,
Um.
Yeah.
It just, it felt kind of bland.
Yeah.
It didn't get me.
Yeah.
Jacked up at all, so.
yeah. Well, I definitely remember one of the themes from this group in particular, in the first wave of listening was more around like national leadership and like, you know, how are we showing the rest of the country, if not the world, what an equitable park system can look like. Okay. Any other comments people want to speak to before I move on to the second option? All right. Option number 2. No longer welcome here. Squirrel. Mission. Squirrel is Portland Parks and Recreation's mission is to provide equitable access to diverse parks and recreation experiences for all. It is shorter for those that thought one was too long. Vision, or what we aim to achieve long-term. We envision a future where Portland's park system is responsive to diverse and changing community needs and is a thriving, dynamic resource to sustain and improve the health and livelihood of all Portlanders. We envision a future whereby consistently centering communities that are most impacted by inequities, we will be leaders in reshaping a more just and vibrant Portland. And then we have the same outcome categories that you saw in the previous example here. I will leave this on the screen. I'll come back to it. I'm gonna just flip the question for those that are anxious to dive right in. So again, just processing what do you like about it? What do you not like about it? Working up to comparative feedback between the two, but all right, see what folks are saying here. What do you like about squirrel? All right, acknowledgement for simple and direct mission statement. Well, like the simplicity, easier to remember, less to read. But on the flip side, the mission doesn't acknowledge the work as land stewards. Couple mentions here for liking the responsiveness to diverse and changing needs. I'd say that's probably the theme we've heard the most, or that people really like about this one, is that it acknowledges continual change and growth. Like the second sentence under the vision, that would be, we envision a future whereby consistently centering communities that are most impacted, we will be leaders in reshaping a more just and vibrant Portland. Okay. Bonnie, you good if I flip it? Okay, please. Didn't know if you were still typing.
Like the use of thriving, dynamic, yep. And sustain and diverse, okay. Okay, what do you not like about Squirrel? Any specific words or concepts that's not working for you? Squirrel back up. And so, yeah, missing kind of the notion of land and stewardship, which was in the first one. The opportunity for us to maybe be more park specific around inequities. Dr. Corbin spoke to that a bit earlier. Lacking reference to kind of services and facilities. I think we've heard that option 1 does a nice job of calling out services more explicitly. I'd love to hear a little more context on this comment around, I'd love to see Portland Park situated as the City of Portland's ecosystem service. Can someone speak to that?
Sure. I think when we talk about ecosystem services, we don't think about parks. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the conversation has been around tree canopy, as if green space in and of itself doesn't cool the city down, or how our parks end up as sponges for all the rain that we're having. And so centering that as not only an ecosystem service in the climate change, severe weather aspect, but an ecosystem services for community members and a space for people to actually enjoy the park by bringing community together and, you know, and recreating in it. I probably would also see like to see language around leisure time. But parks seems to be situated in recreation and not talking about the real function of the park in connection to the built environment of the city. So I like to see something in there connecting that.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful. David? You have your
Oh, sorry, remnant,
old one.
residual, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Legacy.
Legacy.
Yes, we've heard conflicting thoughts around the word envision too. I'd say some people kind of like envision, but others feel that it feels too passive. So it feels like we're just envisioning it. We're not actually going to do it. It doesn't feel active enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I put this in there, but I'm also gonna say it. I think I actually got a lot in there this time. But I think the second sentence, you know, I mean, I appreciate it in so many ways because I think it's important and addresses the issue of communities that have been impacted by inequities. My challenge is that when the way it's used here, consistently centering communities most impacted by inequity, it makes it sound like each of those communities is its own separate thing and almost like pits them against one another or the majority community, rather than viewing community as a whole in which we all play a part. So this way that the word is utilized, it's a little unsettling to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I might have put my comments in the prior question.
Okay.
Because I'm not seeing them there. So on the flip side of that, it's what is that larger goal that's being lost in all of these, you know, so we want the highest quality, world-class recreation facilities and sites, right? And so we need to say what we need for all, and then start talking about subgroups. And so far, you know, that hasn't happened, sort of lost in the weeds.
Yeah, I'd like to endorse that. I think what is missing is really what Parks provides is a complement to so many different aspects of the quality of life we have. And to narrow it down to commenting on really equity and as Bonnie says, the second sentence is really about mitigating problems. It's not really a vision for the future. So I think it really has to address something much, much broader. I mean, parks do a tremendous amount of different things, apart from health and safety and enjoyment, and all of these things. And it's difficult to encapsulate those, I know, but somehow we have to hint at the breadth of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of just processing your comment around like the vision being just in response to things we want to fix versus something bigger we want to achieve.
Just about, there are a lot of things that need fixing though, so acknowledging that to me is impactful. I don't know if there's a way to do both, but I also, you know, while no community is a monolith and there are many communities and there's also one larger community, I do think that, you know, recognizing the needs of various communities to me is important.
Okay, good. Dr. Corbin, is that the new hand?
Yeah, it's a new hand. And I think going along with what has already been said is that we can create that language of, we know what the problems are, what does the fix look like as far as the vision? So I like to say that, you know, parks are one of the few free places where you can actually meet neighbors and build communities. Like language in that way of what does it actually do and what can we achieve with it might be a little bit on the aspirational side, but I think it's something that is actually achievable and what I hope most Portlanders want out of their park system.
Great, thank you for that suggestion. Okay, ready for the third option. Goose. Is it a duck or a goose?
It's a goose.
It's a goose.
Goosey.
Okay, that's where we landed. So yes, Allie, you are the expert, the bird expert.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
the bird expert here. Goose, it is. Okay. So this option is simple, much more simplified than some of the others, and also missing some of the specificity that perhaps you may have liked from one of the other examples. So kind of the balancing the tension point there. The mission is Portland Parks and Recreation creates and cares for welcoming spaces and programs that support community connection, health, resilience, and vitality. The vision, or what we aim to achieve long-term, is healthy parks, healthy Portland. We seek equitable outcomes in accessible, safe, well-cared-for public spaces, clean air, clean water, and a thriving urban forest, community and civic connection, mental, emotional, and physical wellness, climate change resilience, learning, play, and discovery, and great jobs at a sustainably operated organization. I will flip the question in Menti, but I'll come back to the screen for those that want to ponder it. We are in the home stretch. I know you're probably getting a bit weary, but we're gonna, after we talk through this option, we will do some comparative feedback and we will wrap it up. Okay, lots of pluses here for being shorter, more succinct, easy to read. But also that it seems to cover a lot of ground with community connection, health resilience, and vitality. This notion of community connection and creates and cares for are resonating, has heart. Okay, like the feels like it includes everything, including stewardship through the word cares and the accessibility and inclusion through the word welcoming. Feels succinct, but it covers a lot of ground. All right, I'll just give a couple more seconds here and then we'll go over to what you don't like about it. Okay, two comments about the same thing just came in, which is one really likes that Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland is tied in neatly, and another is not quite sure about it. Anybody want to speak to that?
The last one was me. I'm like, do I like this or do I not like it? I just can't decide. I either like it or I don't like it. I feel like I need to think about that one more. It's so short, but maybe I like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was the other one, and I like that it's in there. I'm not positive I'm on board totally with how it's exactly being used, but I think having it in there really ties it back with all the other work that's being done.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I get so used to it as being like the name of a way of working or an initiative, that to just see it on its own, you have to be like, does it mean anything? Oh, it does. It does mean something on its own.
Well, and the history of that is that's how it started, right?
Yeah.
It was just kind of part of our brand, Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland, and then we captured that as part of our work. Because we had a hard time creating a name for the work, and then we're like, why not just use that?
That's fun. Cool. All right.
I also didn't want to spend a ton of time.
All right. Tell us what you do not like about Goose. welcoming for some may not cover everything that we need to cover as far as safety and inclusivity, so need more specificity there.
Well, I just put mine on the wrong one.
I did too.
I didn't move to the next slide.
Oh, it didn't do it for you? Did refresh?
That's where I screwed up earlier. I think that's an opportunity.
I do it again.
Good news is that the way that we're analyzing these comments, we'll be able to look at them even if they're in the wrong spot. We've been
Yeah.
intentional about that.
Yes.
I think I touched something that is not allowing me to write anything up on the screen. So I think it's telling me I said too much. All right.
You've been cut off, Dr. Ford.
How rude is that, right?
Finally, until.
Feel free to type your comments in the chat.
Yeah.
And we will make sure we get them captured.
Yeah, we'll grab those.
Sounds good.
Like the music at the award shows.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, home stretch, we're getting there, okay. Let's see, it's again, not enough clarity around kind of accountability. For some, don't really like the long list of outcomes as a vision, need a simpler overarching statement. We've definitely seen comments on both sides of that. Some people just are all for the simplicity and others feel like, wow, we need a broader vision statement to attach to. Great jobs might feel too aspirational. We've also heard that might feel a little too subjective or vague. Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland might be confusing, might need more context, more explicitity around land, not aspirational enough. Okay, would anybody like to speak to any of these? Dr. Corbin, I know you had trouble getting into there. If you want to speak to your comments, I welcome you to.
Thank you. I really would love that urban forest piece removed and put in an urban ecosystem. I mean, we have meadows and trees that are not forests and other green spaces that are very important. And I think the urban forest is one of those spaces. The other thing is that I would love to see, and I wrote this in that, like, Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland, something more tangible that connects the built environment and those folks that are living within it. Because I think situating Portland Parks and Recreation as the ecosystem service, as the ecosystem of Portland is super important.
Bonnie?
Thank you. I like the fact that this talks about wanting to provide great jobs at a sustainably operated organization, but that feels very aspirational, knowing that we have a major workforce constraint at this time. And it seems like it would lead to all the work that needs to be done to address that. You know, how does Portland Parks become the employer of choice, not just for professionals, but also for seasonal? And that was something that I really wanted to think about, given the current workforce situation.
Thank you. Okay, any last comments before we go to our $100 slide here, which is literally a $100 slide?
Just a plug for adding ecological in front of resilience. And I feel like that does a lot of service from what I liked about the first one to bring it to this one.
Yeah, resilience doesn't feel like, it feels too big. It feels, yeah. Okay.
But ecological gets that.
Yeah. Great, okay. Last question here is, we're gonna ask you comparatively to place your bets. So essentially you have $100 to spend across these different options, and you could put them all in one. If you are like 100% Goose, you give 100 to Goose. If you're kind of split between two, you could go 50-50. You could go 30, 30, 40, but you have to get the math right and spend your 100 in some way. And I will, let's see, I have a slide that shows all three options for those online, just to refresh your memory here. If you want me to zoom in on anything, I can do that.
Thank you for providing the printouts. That was very handy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm at an age where I don't like the eye test. I don't want people to see me going like this. Like,
Well, man, and having them to put back and forth, it's hard to do that. Visually.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
I like how you use the animals to get rid of biases without taking into account that some of us might have bias.
Were you attacked by a goose?
Except the goose is the one I have the least bias.
Okay.
Yeah, color can create some bias too. If you do not like purple, that could be a bad thing.
But I actually thought it was to 10, so I voted that. It won't let me do it again, but I only gave 10 whole points.
I know, I will fix that for you.
Thank you.
Yes, I can fix that on the back end.
You just put a 0 in front of.
Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Gotcha. This is good about these smaller groups is I can still like go back in and, you know, I can fix stuff that maybe isn't right. All right, I would love to see everybody vote on this one. We're at 9. So holding out for possible 10. Right now we have Goose strongly in the lead. Then Squirrel and then Rabbit. I have to say from all of these, this feels like a bigger lean towards one versus first place to third place is like a bigger spread than usual. They've been pretty close. It's been shocking and I don't know, a little disappointing. You hope that we're going to be a strong winner. But yes, this is not that far off from, I think, like what we've seen in the other sessions. Yeah. And I like that we're trying to do this qualitative piece of it, because sometimes when you read the comments, you think like, oh, Goose is like, you know, definitely clear winner. But then when you see the data, you're like, oh, actually it's closer than we think. So it is maybe more work to be done to make sure that things that are missing are included.
It's hard because one had a really extensive vision versus the, so that was a bit hard to compare.
Yeah.
Bringing in that.
Yeah. But I mean, I think the general theme is people want it to be memorable, short, concise, not jargony, but also have the specificity of some of like the ecological pieces, making sure that when we're talking about inclusivity, we're being specific there. So it's like, it's a challenge.
Tall order.
It is.
Yeah. Dr. Corbin?
What concerns me about the goose versus the squirrel language is that the squirrel language actually says equitable access, which for communities of color is symbolic of them being welcomed in that space versus that being removed from the goose language. And just historically, and the fact that Portland is like 77% white and all the history behind it, not having that equitable access language in it can actually make folks that are non-white less enthusiastic about how they're being considered within these spaces and within this mission. So I think some of that heavy lifting around equity needs to be in the mission statement. I think the goose allows for a sort of colorblind diversity to occur, and that doesn't seem to work. That hasn't worked in the past.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Any other kind of final comments on these? Yeah, David.
I was going to say, building on Dr. Corbin's comment, like it'd be interesting if part of the survey had the a la carte option, like this mission with this thing, with that, and I think that could be another way as a data gathering point to see. So it's not just A, B, or C. Because I think there are strong points to those other two mission statements that weren't the goose one, but the brevity of the goose
Yeah.
on the other two options were kind of nice, right? So having that
Yeah.
cross pollination
Yeah.
opportunity.
Because actually the mission statement on the squirrel is actually a lot more, it's shorter than the goose,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So,
yeah, I agree, yeah.
Yeah, Adrian.
Yeah. I also voted for rabbit for the reasons that Corbin mentioned. So for me, it would solve it to just add the words the highest quality, you know, to both the mission and vision or something like that. So that, you know, you have a quality goal, right? So you're not having equal access to disrepair,
Right.
you know.
Equal access to what? Yes.
Ancient structures,
Yeah.
crumbling.
Thank
so it
you.
would be like equal access to quality parks and recreation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Well, we are so appreciative. I know this is a lot of content to digest in a short period of time, and thank you for your thoughtfulness. Yeah, this is an important group, so we're happy to have been able to get some time with you and get some of your thoughts. Bonnie, I think you all, oh, actually, Melissa, did you have anything?
Yeah,
on the closing comments?
I just wanted to share, so Catherine and I are both working with some folks from Equity and Inclusion, as well as the community engagement team, my team, we're working on our plan for taking this to the community. That includes some, we're going to be joining some community events, mostly large cultural events, but also some city events like Sunday Parkways in the coming months. So we'll be out. Part of the goal of that is to connect with folks who don't have a relationship with Parks and Recreation. And so we're trying to do some light touch engagement so that we're not scaring folks away with too much, like fill out this 15-page survey. So we're going to be doing some dot exercise kind of engagement at some events. You might see us around. In addition to that, we're going to be inviting folks to participate in some workshops, and the goal of those workshops is to dive a little bit deeper, and that kind of like comparative. I think David, you were talking about a la carte options and that kind of thing. We're hoping to look at these questions from a number of different angles with community across a series of workshops. Right now, the team is kind of starting to consider COVID ramping back up, like should we move these? We were thinking indoors, maybe we should move them outdoors. So we are dialing in on those dates. We should have those in the coming week, and we'll be able to share those out for you and folks that you might be interested in encouraging to come to those. Any questions before we have some delicious food?
Thank you both, and thank you everybody for participating. Before I let us all go to get some delicious food, which is across the way, I just wanted to note that Crystal Grady, who is one of our nominees for the new board members, Crystal, I apologize, I didn't see you log in when the screen share was happening, but I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce you to folks quickly around the table. Maybe if you could just give your quick bio, and then we'll have a better opportunity to get to know you later, maybe this afternoon after lunch, if you can join us.
Sure, and I apologize, I'm traveling this weekend. I'm actually at an LGBTQ+ conference down in Los Angeles. Hi everyone, my name is Crystal Grady. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a member of the Monacan Indian Nation. And I currently work as an operations and policy analyst for the Oregon Department of Education. I'm really excited to be part of the board and to be a new member to contribute to the work that you're doing. And I'm just really excited to be here, and it's been great to watch the work this morning. I'm really just trying to take it all in and learn.
Thanks, Crystal. Any last comments from anybody from the floor, either virtual or in person, before we break for lunch? And we'll come back at 1. Thanks, you guys. We'll come back at 1.
Thank you so much.
Totally.
Yes. So, and I just want to make sure that the people who are virtual are actually back. It looks like, I think Corbin, I see you actually there. That's not your picture, right? And then Aaron is there. I want to make sure that it's like, I didn't know if we just, and then I don't know if Chris is actually back or if maybe she's not clear.
Right. I know they weren't there and now they are there. As of.
Oh, good.
There
Okay.
you go. Okay.
Awesome, terrific. So with that, if there are no more announcements from the floor, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ally to introduce the the board mission vision ideation development session. Ally.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm going to refer to my notes somewhat heavily just because there's a bunch and I don't want to miss anything. And also I'm used to being able to cheat on Zoom and have it look like I'm organically following while still having things written out. I'm not used to going back that way. So as some background, the Portland Parks Board was established in 2001 by the City Council as a part of the city's 2020 vision. What's the 2020 vision? It was conceived in 1999 and was designed to be a long-term plan to care for and improve our parks. Because we're now beyond 2020, the vision has run its course, and accordingly, Parks is developing a new mission statement, and the board has the opportunity to do the same, developing one that accurately reflects who we are and what we do. So today, we're going to spend some time looking at our current mission, the one with the 2020 vision built in, and see what still resonates and what needs to be updated. So we're not going to be making any final decisions today. Our mission is going to need to align with Parks mission, which is still in progress. And in addition, whatever we end up drafting is going to need to be voted on by City Council because it then gets written in the city code. So today you're going to go over, or we're all going to break into subgroups and go over the current language in detail. You'll see that the language encompasses a variety of different goals that's outside of the 2020 vision, from advocating to parks to providing a forum for public discussion around parks issues to advancing equity. It's a great opportunity to look at what's there, but it's also a great opportunity to think about what might be missing. And keep in mind that if our purpose change, it's called purpose, it's vision, it kind of goes by both, so you can call it what you like. It'll but if our purpose or mission changes, so will our duties as a board. The conversation also fits in really nicely with the discussions that we've had over the last 6 months on how the board can better support parks. And as a refresher, between the Board Affairs Working Group, senior staff, and board members, there's been general agreement on 2 specific areas. The first is around increasing our advocacy and education for improving parks' financial situation. And the second is to create a forum to engage with the community. With that, we can break into groups. Does anyone have any questions? I probably won't have all the answers, but there's collective knowledge in the room. So any questions before we dig in?
Just repeat that last thing because I couldn't hear you with the mask. So the second one was to provide a forum, but the first one was.
Yeah, so these are the things that
Yeah.
were agreed upon as kind of how we can support staff. The first one was increasing our advocacy and education for improving parks' financial situation. And the second was a forum to engage with the community.
Thank you, Ally. So we are breaking into 3 curated groups. They are going to be led by
Corbin and Mike.
Ally, Corbin, and Mike. And I'm going to ask staff where we should physically go if we're present, and then if you can do the Zoom situation, that would be terrific.
So, and
Calling us all back right at 2:15. I'm going to go ahead and ask, oh wait, the person who's supposed to report for our committee is not here. But I'm going to ask folks to, folks from the different groups to go ahead and report. I'll take volunteers.
I'll go ahead.
Oh, you facilitated and you're reporting.
Yes,
Excellent.
but Sarah was nice enough to take all the notes, so I'm going to interpret her notes and from my phone. And anybody in the group, if I botch it, jump in. So thanks everybody in our group that helped. I thought it was very productive. So we started by going through the 4 themes of the existing purpose statement or mission statement, whatever you want to call it. And I won't read them because I know we all know what they are. In general, we agreed with the theme of the first one, but we felt that the level of control that the board has and who they're going to be reporting to in the process needs to be kind of defined a little bit better and worked out. Obviously, we'd be referencing Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland. The current language, we had a little problem specifically with the word ensure. It implied a level of control that the board has that we don't really have over how decisions are being made. Adrienne mentioned that she looked at the code, which was pretty impressive, and that the city code implies a level of control higher than what we are currently exercising as an advisory board. So we do think that we need to look at the language and the mission and make sure it's consistent with what the city code says we can do right now, and whether or not there's any changes that need to be made in that area. We said in terms of defining the role of the board, we think that our role needs to be defined vis-a-vis how we work with staff and better understanding where we stand in the hierarchy of things. It's kind of unclear at the moment of who's serving who's reporting to who, or who's helping who. So a little more clarity of that. And one of our goals was we need to be able to better communicate to the public what it is that the board does and what the board has in relationship to parks and to city council. And obviously, this is a dynamic thing with possible changes to the council and some of the governance rules. We're not quite sure how that's going to play out. So basically, I think kind of a theme was we need to have a better elevator pitch, or know what our elevator pitch is. In terms of the second one, this, as it currently reads, it's just kind of a listing of things related to mostly facilities type of stuff, which we thought was kind of a little laundry listy and general. We thought that we could maybe back that off and have it defined somewhere else. I think it's kind of where we landed. We thought we should avoid the word region in the language because it's really more of a metro type of word and doesn't really necessarily affect our spectrum of control. And as it specifically talks about planning and design, that doesn't address issues like climate change, equitable access to services, maintenance, and funding. So it seems to pick a very specific subset of the roles that we do and not take into account everything else. And really our primary goal, as we see this particular one, was really about providing community oversight on behalf of the community. And that's the way that we should be looking at ourselves. And that's we think the underlying theme of what that point was trying to make, but it's not necessarily there in that form. The third one, didn't have a lot of comments on that. We did think that this really pertains primarily to the director role as opposed to city council. We do think that, even if there is a change, that our board's role is to help with transition and provide institutional memory, institutional knowledge, and kind of how that takes place would depend to some extent on the nature of the change and maybe who is serving as an interim fill-in or something like that. So that it's hard to specify exactly how that would look, but we're pretty good with that one. And then on number 4, providing a forum for public discussion, one of the most important feelings we had was that we need to make it very clear somehow to the public what the role of our board is. Adina brought off the off-road cycling community input that happened last time, and there was a lot of people providing input on stuff that our board, the Parks Board, really doesn't have any advisory role over. So just making sure that our time at meetings for community input is being used wisely, and to what extent can we make sure that people aren't coming to us with issues over which we have no control, because nobody wins in that situation. They're not getting the answers that they want either. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, so it's largely about managing expectations on the front end. And then, so that kind of addressed the 4 main themes. And then the other one, Ali, that you brought up was increasing advocacy on financials, which doesn't really, to the way we read it, doesn't fit into any of those 4. And that, for us, the big question is, where do we draw the line? I mean, if you were to read some of the language, there's an implication that we have a lot more of an involvement in the early stages of the budget development than we actually do. And the point we made is we don't want to be spending all of our time saying, you should be spending X dollars on this and Y dollars on this, but more along the lines of making sure that budget proposals are consistent with the desires of the community. So really representing the community and providing an oversight function. So it's really about prioritization. And I think that's what I had. I think that's about it. Does anybody else in the group What's that?
You did great.
Did I talk slow enough? No,
That's good.
so, okay, so not talking.
Thank you. Oh,
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, I can forward the email, but I know that Sharon has it, so she has all the points.
anyone from Mike's group want to add to that, or any questions to Mike's group from others?
Just one thing I'd add to what Mike said about making sure that when the public comes to talk to the board, that we're able to do something with it. I think the other point of that is that it's very frustrating for people who don't understand what the board can and can't do, to take the time to come and speak to us and realize that nothing's going to happen because it's outside our remit. And we've somehow got to be really clear about what's appropriate to bring to the board from the point of view of the individual, so they don't waste their time. I mean, there's a certain respect of the community involved in that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we have Ally and Corbin's group still to go.
Dr. Corbin?
All right, I can go. I think the first thing that we kind of wrestled with was decoupling the board's mission to specific strategic initiatives and going with the Portland Parks and Recreation in general. So we ended up doing like these statements, which we're hoping that will be easier to incorporate into the larger this larger process. And I can either read them out loud or I can read them and share my screen. Which one would be easier to share a screen if I can?
Yeah,
Share
do both.
screen.
Yeah, do both.
Okay. Almost left, you guys. Share. There we go. All right, so this is what we ended up putting together. So the Portland Parks and Recreation Board is established for the following purposes: to ensure that the Portland Parks and Recreation embodies a citywide and long-term vision that centers justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. To create a public forum to support community learning, advocacy, and advisement of the Portland Parks and Recreation System, to provide a forum for community/resident discussion and decision-making about park issues, to advise city officials on decision-making and prioritization processes, to advocate for parks and recreation on a city and regional basis to ensure that parks, natural areas, open spaces, and recreational facilities are advanced in city and regional planning and design. And we actually wanted to remove this piece to provide continuity when transitions occur in the leadership of Portland Parks and Recreation on City Council. That didn't seem as important as the other tenets that we are trying to move forward here. And you get to see some of our scratch paper. We went back and forth and trying to think through this. And what we're hoping is that through the actual mission statement is getting to what I believe Patty was talking about, that communities, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, that communities will know through the mission statement who and what we are as a board. So that is our report in. Is there anything else that the group wants to add to that?
Good summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbin. Thank you, group. Last group is Ally's group, and I think Alejandro was going to present.
Yeah.
And I realized we picked a really bad spot.
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
kind of like
notes
out of the
for the camera,
camera.
but
Sorry.
I think it's going to be too small for you guys to read anyway. Do you want me to?
I think, okay.
Okay.
So the first statement of having the equity values still at the forefront, do we think it's relevant? Yes, very much so. But we understand it's not fully operationalized. Sorry. I think we identify a number of reasons why that's the case. I think mostly it's the idea that there's some of this connection on the city level with and parks level, so there's need to be more connection. Also is the idea of how we actually would do this in terms of like, is there a better way to operationalize this value? So what are the questions that we're asking? What what is being brought to the board, the idea of like how much detail we'll be able to learn from the different instances that we're meeting, different work groups. Also, the discussion went into what would be those outcomes that we'll be looking at. We know that Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland idea is going to have a series of outcomes and metrics that will be guiding that discussion. And in terms of that, and based on that was also like the discussion about what do we understand for ensuring that these values are forefront and whether there's some level of accountability that we actually can implement. So the one thing that came up was whether we have a direct line, to the Parks Commissioner. So sort of, I think someone used the term of like the nuclear option of like, we've heard about these things and we don't get input, we can go all the way up there. So that's one. On the second question regarding the advocacy role at a citywide level, do we think it's important? Yes, again, we think it's very relevant, should be kept. I think these are examples that we found that kind of like showing the fact that we might need as a board a little more guidance in trying to navigate sort of like what are the politics and the role that we can play. So we talk about, for example, Metro's Bond Committee, the city levy, and yeah. So and I guess another good example was the idea of the land use and infrastructure committee, how there's, even though it's land use, we don't really are getting any input regarding land management and stewardship, and therefore there's a sense that we might have sort of like a limited availability of access to information, and therefore we are not necessarily sure that we are doing the best we can in terms of advocacy. So are we getting the right information continues to be kind of like the question. So. Then the third question regarding continuity to leadership, I think we're kind of like in the same page as the other groups. It's important, yes, but we don't know if it's should be top of the list. It seems to be like a secondary type of role. I think we all agree that this right now is something that we're relying mostly on staff for continuity, but that said, we did agree that there's sort of like a legacy role that we could play as a board. The idea of sort of like, we talk about this idea of like a through line between leaderships and commissioners, and the idea of kind of like facilitating and continuing the feedback loops between staff, community, and leadership. And then finally, regarding the forum, providing a forum for discussion and decision making, we were all in agreement that it's still very, very relevant in terms of the forum for discussion, but we weren't sure about decision making just because of the nature of the advisory nature of the committee and what's the actual role that we could play in decision making, which that should be more on a leadership level. That said, we do think that to this point, we're currently engaged in trying to address this. So the idea of the work that the community engagement working group has already been doing. So asking the questions of, for example, of where to meet, when to meet, and how to meet. And yeah, Bonnie, I'm not really sure what, I can remember what the hanging out part
But I
was.
was
there.
referencing Corbin's talking about deep hanging out within the community.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that, I don't know, please feel free to jump in.
Great, Alejandro, thank you.
Yeah, I just have one thing to add. One of the things that we kind of kept coming back to was, are we relying on just our collective sort of memory and people to bring stuff up, or are we creating some structure around how these things are being done and accounted for within our work? So that came up in actually almost all of the different pieces, from continuity to advocacy to the first one on ensuring the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion were included. So I think that structure would help us in making sure that we're really being accountable to our own purpose.
Thank you. Any other comments, observations before we take a little break?
Corbin has her hand up.
Corbin.
Based on what Ali is saying, or how I'm interpreting what Ali has said, maybe part of it could be create and uphold a like a community institutional memory, whether that is digital or what have you. So we can create the continuity over time versus when somebody's been here for, 2 terms, that once they leave, we're not really sure what happened beforehand. So maybe that could be a role that we can do for community, is to keep institutional memory and not just rely on staff to do that.
Yeah, that is one thing that we're talking about is I think the fact that, how do you operationalize, how do you create systems for these values? And that was something that we talked about extensively. I want to make one other observation before we break, which is
I wasn't done, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have one more thing. Sorry. I think we need to let go of this diminished understanding of what is it, being an advisory board, because influence is powerful, right? And so if you're influencing what gets voted on is almost more powerful than voting on something that people have put in front of you. And so I think that advocacy and understanding how we can advise, I just don't think we should sleep on this idea that advising isn't power or influence. So I'll just put that out there. So apologies for interrupting, Bonnie.
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you. I think that's important. Well, the observation I was going to make was that Mike's group wanted to actually just remove the reference to regional, the regional aspect, whereas our group talked about seeing that as a place where we actually had to get better information from Metro and how the city works with the region. So that was kind of interesting. So maybe that's something that we can delve further into in the priorities discussion.
I think it's more how what term is used to reflect. We don't want to confuse with Metro as what regional is, because often that's the way Metro. So it's not that we shouldn't influence at the state, county, multiple levels, but it's what you call it. What do you call it?
So we're really talking about Greater Portland in the parks here.
Right.
Whereas Metro is talking about tri-counties and sometimes four counties.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just the term regional becomes ambiguous. As soon as it's mentioned, one thinks Metro. That was our concern. It was ambiguity rather than anything else.
Interesting. David.
Our group, we had a healthy discussion about whether to include Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland, because as soon as that changes, then do we have to change the mission statement of the board again? So could the mission statement of the board just have a higher umbrella that's like, here's what we do, but not tie it necessarily to the current initiatives of PP&R? Because as soon as those change, like they did for the 2020 Vision 2020, do you have to write the mission statement again? So I think that was just a discussion topic we had about whether to include it or not.
I think that's an important question. Thank you. Any other comments before we break? Terrific. So we have a break scheduled. We're scheduled to come back at 2:45, but I see that's only 7 minutes from now. So how about we come back at 2:50? Does that sound okay? All
I
right.
think that's what, in your cards.
We'll go ahead and get started. So the purpose of the next session is to really take some of the mission vision piece that we've been doing, both from the Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland, and the board's mission vision thinking, and then take that to guide our priorities, both as the individuals, the reasons that we joined the board individually, and then to become the board's collective priorities. And the purpose of that and the thinking behind that is so that we can have a more proactive way of approaching the board's work, both as a full board as well as in working groups. And Erin is going to provide a little bit of an overview on the purpose of this session. And then we're going to have 3 groups again. These ones led by Erin, Adrian, and Alejandro. Erin?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Bonnie. So I just want to preface this by saying, just like the work we were just doing with looking at the board's mission, we're not going to have a final product today. We have board members absent who I believe are going to be continuing these discussions so that their input, they have that space as well to have conversations. And then also we'll have more opportunities at future board meetings to continue these conversations. But like Bonnie said, one of the concepts we want to start kind of playing with and figuring out today is the idea of, instead of oftentimes the board tends to be reactionary, like a lot of people have observed. Things come to the board and we're interested in talking more about setting specific priority areas for the board to be working on throughout the year, that the working groups themselves can maybe coordinate around those priorities. And those can be, as we begin to explore that idea of setting priorities, possible priorities could come from your own personal passions, experiences, either like Bonnie said, why you joined the board, or maybe what you've learned since you've been on the board. For instance, what are some of the areas that you think this is an area that the board could work on, that we could make a difference in? So we're going to be doing breakout rooms and begin these conversations, starting really with, we have 4 questions that we're going to go through, and I'm not going to give them all here because you'll get them in your breakout rooms. But it's really just starting with, is this something we should be doing? And then getting into, and what are some of the things that you would prioritize? And like I said, it's just to get the ball rolling on this conversation to eventually, if we do decide to set priorities, begin the process of, narrowing down priorities the board could work on. And then, figuring out how we could implement the work around those priorities when it comes to the working groups, our role as advisory and as advocates. I do just want to say also that, what was I going to say? What was my last thing? I completely forgot. Something. Let's get in our breakout rooms and see what comes out of it. Maybe I'll remember by the time we reconvene.
You can put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks, Erin. Do you want to read who's in which group so that we know where to go? I know you sent it to staff.
Okay. Hold on, I have to find that.
Or I can find it. I know you
Oh,
sent
it's okay. I have it. I just sent it this morning. Let's see, discern. Let's see, where is it? I have it right here. Well, the question is, I'm a little bit mixed up because should Corbin and I be in the same room again?
So
okay.
So it would be you, Erin, Dr. Corbin, Bonnie, Michelle, Director Long, stay here. And then the group led by Adrian with Allie, David, myself, and Tanya.
Oh, okay, so it's completely different than what I sent.
Yeah, people have had to, we've had to.
Okay, that's fine, it's all good.
Yeah, with people coming and going, it got all, yeah. And then Alejandro, you're leading group, right?
Yeah.
And then Mike, Patty, Todd, and Steven. All right. Breakout.
So it sounds like breakout started. Like I said, we had 3 groups facilitated by Erin, Adrian, and Alejandro. Erin or Alejandro's group, are you ready and able to give a report back to the full group?
Well, I think so.
Yeah,
Patty will.
Okay, so Patty for Alejandro's group, go ahead.
Okay, well, on the first question, which was really about setting specific topics for the board priorities for the year. First of all, the majority of topics on which we need to come to some decision tend to crop up in the course of the year. And so we can't really do that at the beginning of the year. So what we believe we need to do is to establish a framework for responding to those issues when they crop up, and doing so in a very agile manner. And then there's a separate category for year-long things, which are, you know, major ongoing things, which we know about ahead of time. And how we deal with those, we'll talk about in question 4. The second question was about, given the role of the board as an advocate for parks, what skills and priorities are really needed. And we talked about the need to look at major topics for a year, such as ballot issues that are coming up and other things we need to think about in anticipation of what that would mean for parks. We need to work closely enough with staff to understand their perspective on issues, but the difficulty there is that more than 2,000 employees, we see very few of them, and we hear the views of very few of them. It's always going to be that way. The working group chairs get an opportunity to work more closely with some staff when they briefing for each topic. But for the majority of us, we don't have much exposure to staff except when presentations are made on a particular topic. So that's a sort of a blind spot that seems unavoidable in a way. The other thing we need to be cognizant of is the capacity of board members to deal with a particular topic. I mean, are they knowledgeable about that topic or are they not? And we have some areas of greater expertise, and we certainly have some big gaps as well. So how do we address that when we're looking at priorities? The third question was really about how can the board work groups work more effectively, it's been suggested that what we need to do is to look at all of the priorities collectively as a board and allocate them as they come up to the various work groups. At the moment, the work groups are using their initiative, saying, here's a topic we should look at, and looking at it. Maybe there needs to be more communication before the board, the work groups get to work from the board, so that we're sure about what those priorities are. And then on the fourth question, which is how can the board and the commissioner and staff all work together on priorities more effectively, I will hand over to Mike.
Oh, I did the drawing. I thought. So Todd, jump in if you want to. So I mean, basically, I'm just gonna have Todd do the drawing because he can reach a lot higher than I could. But what we were thinking about was just kind of a decision framework, so that we're looking, when we're talking about priorities, we're really talking about things that are more annual and longer term in nature. But what Patty brought up is a lot of what we're dealing with as a board is more situational, and then we might be dealing with it on a month-to-month basis. So we talked about, really, we receive the community input. That information goes to Adina, goes to the Parks Commissioner, Commissioner Rubio, to the board. And from that, we can, all of that various inputs that we receive, we can determine, are these long-term things we need to be prioritizing, or are they shorter-term things that we want to be addressing on a monthly basis through some kind of responsiveness framework. Stephen rightfully brought up that some of the inputs that we're going to be thinking about are what's our capacity, whether it's feasible to respond to. So basically kind of dealing with all of these issues that come up on a consistent basis instead of constantly one-offing everything all over the board. And then as we look through those different items, determining, is that a work group issue? Is it a full board issue? So this gets to point number 3, I think it was, is what should, what's the working control? Or is it just something we should put in the parking lot and not deal with? Does that kind of summarize, Todd? And yeah,
that was great.
Todd did the drawing originally, so it's just replicating his work.
And one last thing we talked about is there's this quarterly meeting that's happening with the Parks Commissioner, for instance. And so it's like an opportunity to update on those 2 or 3 priority items. And then it's also an opportunity to discuss like the responsiveness items of which ones maybe should be prioritized as well.
That's great. David, is your tent up or is that a legacy tent?
I'm
Anything,
really bad at that.
anything else, from Alejandro's group?
I
The
would just,
Alejandro, Mike, Todd, Patty group.
and I was in there too, but I would just add that Bonnie, you and, I think this has come up a couple of times. You brought this up a couple of times. I would hope that this is something that we could use to make our check-ins with the commissioner, quarterly check-ins a little bit more fruitful. And I think having our office report out on priorities and any responsiveness items and things we're hearing from community, I think would be helpful. That could give our check-ins a little bit more structure. So I'm hoping.
But wouldn't that be something, I mean, the way it's drawn here, you know, that we're all in one box, right? Commissioner,
Right, so that's
director,
community
parks
input to parks, that's community input to what you all are hearing, and then that's what our office is hearing.
board. Mhm.
So we're sharing kind of like some of the things that float up to the top that we want to put some resources behind, and we're and spending some time on.
Yeah, so I think to your question, like Bonnie, that quarterly meeting is the whole box, like you said, director, parks board, parks commissioner. But then there's a monthly meeting between the board chairs and the parks director, for instance, to set the monthly agendas, right? And so it's just the top two boxes. And so, yeah. Another layer of detail on our next iteration of our drawing.
Yeah, that's just like a spitball
Version 2 and version
version.
3.
Yeah.
But the meat of what Stephen said was that in order to make the commissioner meetings more productive, we need to have a very clear format. And we would structure that around issues that the board as a whole has determined our priorities. So that the commissioner understands where we're coming from.
And our office can have a version of that as well to report on.
If I may add, there's a couple of, I think like two more priorities that we identified that were important for us. The first one is continue supporting and somehow advocating for the alternative funding analysis and work that's been happening. And second, I guess we talk about is sort of like understanding what would be the impact of changes to city government structure and the future of parks within that structure. So if there's any way in which we can kind of like plan ahead. That would
You
be
mean the
something.
charter review?
Yeah. And so as part of that, I made the comment of like the Portland Utility Board that oversees BES and the Water Bureau. They're going to go, if charter reform passes, they'll go through the same kind of evolution that this board will go through. So like connecting with them to see like how that kind of structure might be common.
And I'd be interested to know how community and civic life may or may not be involved in that work as well.
Right.
Because they're generally sort of the overall oversight for advisory committees and how they function. But they, of course, are also going through a strategic planning process right now, so.
That's great. Anything else from that group or any questions to that group from the floor? If not, we still have the Aaron group and the Adrian group.
So Dave's
From the
doing a
Adrian
report
group.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, go
So it
ahead.
was Adrian, Saren, Tanya, myself, and Ellie. And I'll try and do this justice. It was a great conversation, but for the first question, do you think about priorities? I think it was a resounding yes. We need to establish some priorities, but it does need to dovetail with what PPNR priorities are, to just see where they overlap, but also see how we could push ourselves as a board to come up with our own priorities. Let's see. Priorities are great, but if there's not someone on staff to operationalize it, then what really happens with that? So I think that goes to I love seeing this, like the capacity and feasibility. Like how are we analyzing these priorities, and what is the vehicle for us to be able to look at them through a lens of, well, that can rise to something achievable, or that's something that has to be thought about or funded differently. Let's see here. You know, just defining realistic, achievable priorities, right? I mean, we can have some aspirational ones, but we've got to define some realistic and achievable ones. Let's see.
Can I interrupt for a second? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Are we recording this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So then question 2, given the role of the board as advisory, I think that one, we kind of looked at, think of why you joined the board and what you've learned since you joined the board. There were a number of kind of priority areas that we really talked about having a personal interest in, whether it was including big capital projects, ecological and climate resiliency, which is something that we don't really talk about a lot now in the working groups. Equitable access, we've been talking about a lot, but measuring outcomes and tracking outcomes is something that we think it would be great for us to be thinking about. Healthier community and promoting a healthier community would be great. We also looked at our personal interest, whether it was swimming, cycling, whatever. So there's some of those filters that we can bring to the table as well from our personal interest, but I think there are some bigger buckets there that we could be thinking about. The third question for the working groups, it was interesting to hear, I'm personally only on one working group, and so there was some feedback that the land use and infrastructure working group and the financial working groups have a very deep involvement with the staff, helping set agendas and kind of organizing and run the meetings, whereas the other 2 or 3 working groups feel more board driven and kind of internally focused. And so is there a way to equalize the structure of the working groups a little bit more so that that relationship between staff and the board is equitable? So that was something that was kind of interesting to chat about. And then let's see, is there a way that in those working groups we're actually, nominating priorities back to bring back to the full board, and what is that a more common structure for the working group so that again they're operating more consistently versus it being kind of individually for those. Let's see what else. And then I guess we did kind of spitball a couple of priorities. We didn't spend a lot of time on, well, what would the priorities of the board be, but it was definitely advocating for new funding, major maintenance funding advocacy, whatever we can do, personally or as a board to do that. And then the resilience with wildfires and, all of those things that are happening. Is there something that the board could be a part of that? The service gap at community centers. And then the last one, which was really interesting, is, well, what does our advocacy look like as a board, right? What are we doing and how are we being exposed right now? And I think this starts to, which is really great because this starts to kind of formalize what that could be. But our group was talking about, without a diagram like this, we were saying, well, quarterly, should we be in front of the commissioner, or is there a more visible, formal way that we're reporting back to the leadership about what we're doing, as opposed to just writing a letter or a letter quarterly or a letter in support? Or so I think thinking about how that kind of formality and exposure could be increased, I think this goes a long way into kind of tackling that as well. I kind of stumbled through that, but anything from the group that was there that I skipped over to?
I'll just say we've gotten a lot of larger presentations on things like wildfires and tree canopy and climate resiliency in that way, but there's no working group that specifically talks about land in that way. And that priority and goal for parks, which seems like a really big gap, especially considering the kind of, again, we get presentations that rise to a certain level, right? So we have gotten multiple in that. So how do we structure ourselves to say, okay, what are the big priorities and things that parks are thinking about, and how are we responsive to that in terms of where we're giving our time?
Anything else?
That's great.
Thank you, Dana.
Okay. Thanks for taking notes.
No problem.
Thank you. Sounds like there's nothing else. Any questions for that group? I will note that this issue that you had about staff support for the working groups, it's interesting to me to hear that, because that's been something we've been working on really hard for really the entire time I've been on the board, because it's true, we always had sort of the financial sustainability working group, in which Claudio is very, very involved, as well as Chris Silky to a lesser degree, and Sarah. And then the land use group has always had Lauren and Brett, and then others as relevant. And then the other working groups, we had one that was kind of just would occasionally meet and would never report. And we didn't really know what's going on, and they had no staff support. So was really great when, Adina finally did say, hey, we do need to have staff support for each of these things. I mean, and it is a little bit different, right? Because, the degree to which they are, maybe Erin can also comment on the fact that, with community engagement, it's a little bit, we've got Kenya and Tim involved there, but I know that sometimes even just scheduling the meetings is a little bit challenging. So we're trying in that regard. We're trying, and it's a process. So thank you. Okay, anything else from that group? Okay, the last group was the Erin, Corbin, Bonnie, Adina, Michelle group. We didn't talk about who was reporting, I'm assuming.
Well, I took notes. So I didn't think to have someone else do that, although maybe I should have. I'm not the best note taker, but I'll go ahead and report since I took those notes. So for the first question about whether we should set priorities, our group was in agreement that it would be good to set priorities, but had a few things to consider when setting priorities. So one is, for instance, which I've heard some other groups report on, is the idea to give space and keep it nimble so that as things come up, we can, refocus our priorities. I think that that's important. To use priorities as a guide, but also be flexible enough to accommodate changing circumstances and the dynamic environment in which we do our work. And then to have, if we set priorities, to have things that we're able to measure and how we're making progress towards our priorities is important. Also, limiting priorities. So, due to capacity, et cetera, we can't focus on 20 different priorities, but, maybe saying 3 priorities, for instance, would be good. Then we talked about specific priorities, and our group actually spent pretty much the entire rest of our conversation talking about our priorities. And so I'm going to go through some of the ones that we came up with. So the first one is around centering parks and recreation as the ecosystem service for the city of Portland, looking at parks beyond just recreation, thinking about climate change, environmental justice, who has access to green spaces, open spaces, and recreation facilities. What does that mean for underserved communities during severe weather crises? Another priority, which it is similar, so I'm going to list it next, but different and similar. Coming out of the pandemic, there's so much need going on. And, also with climate change here, how can we have conversations and think about prioritizing parks as a solution for some of the need that's coming up? So thinking about, now I'm kind of mixing priorities together, so sorry, but thinking about park systems beyond just being amenities. Corbin uses the term, what did you say, like a public, thinking about them not as a public country club, but thinking of them as kind of vital services, central services.
Essential services.
Yes, thinking of them as central services. And so, that was another priority. I think that, one example from my priorities is just, there's going to be, there's a huge need for childcare, and it disadvantages women and disadvantages women, low-income women and women of color. And Parks does have some preschools. Is that something that Parks could rethink what we're doing to, offer more childcare access, or maybe it's around housing, or just even what we're already doing. How do we continue and do more of offering those spaces during severe weather events and whatnot? So that's kind of a broad, I think, area, but starting to think about focusing our priorities around on those conversations. So that's area one. Sorry, that's not area one. That's like a whole bunch of different priorities mixed together. I'm the worst note taker. I just kind of listed a bunch of things. So that's one. Another one, there's kind of 2 others that dovetail together. So I'm gonna talk about them together, is really just first how to be the employer of choice for young people. So we know that that first job is a meaningful step toward becoming a contributing member of society. The Bureau has great seasonal workforce needs, but how can we get meaningful employment to youth who submit applications? So that's another kind of priority areas around workforce and workforce development and youth development. And then the next area, which is an area that's pretty important to me, is around swim access. So I know it wasn't a priority of mine when I started on the board because my oldest daughter was 3 at that time. I wasn't thinking a lot about swim, but the reality is in Portland, if you want to teach your child to swim, the way to do it is through Portland Parks and Recreation. And as we know, as I know, when trying to register for swim for my child, I clicked the second, I was available to do it, and I clicked the second that it said register, and I was on a wait list of I don't know how many people, and I don't know how many people are in my situation. But the reality is we don't have, the need is much beyond just getting aquatics in North Portland. And it's an issue. The reason why I think it's a good issue for the board is right now it is falling on Portland Parks and Recreation's shoulder to provide this necessary, life-saving skill, which is swim. But the reality is it's a much bigger issue than just Portland Parks and Recreation. And I think the board would be a good place to kind of have a catalyst for conversations around how do you get more of the stakeholders, like Portland Public Schools, for instance, other city leaders, other elected leaders, to realize the crisis that we're in right now with lack of swim access and what that means for parents and guardians of young children who will grow up without access to swim. And of course, as we know, that disproportionately is going to affect people with low income who don't have other opportunities to teach their children to swim. I imagine a world where the city of Portland, every child by the age of 8, for instance, has a clear and simple pathway to be able to access swim lessons. And it's more than just parks. But anyway, I could go on and on about that because it's a big issue for me. And I'm going to stop now because, I've already gone on enough. So that's another one, is just that swim access. How do we, focus the board around a priority of trying to get that access for kids for that life-saving skill? Another priority area is programming for adults. So that being able to create spaces and programming that build community and provide spaces and access where people who haven't felt comfortable or safe in parks can now experience joyous moments in parks. That was one that we talked about. And then finally, this actually just came up with another group, but the idea of having a working group more focused on either land stewardship, greening / climate change, or another idea is a working group more focused on public facing programs like recreation and environmental education. And I'm sure we had such a robust conversation. I feel like I'm doing a disservice to some of the other people with their priorities. So if anyone had more that you want to add, please take a minute to add it, because it was a really robust conversation. I don't want to miss anything. No? Okay.
I actually think you did a great job, Erin.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. Anything that anybody wants to add on that?
There's one topic that we haven't addressed, and that is that there needs to be a way of measuring our success in dealing with these priorities. And the measure is going to be very different for different priorities, but that needs to be part of the model, the diagram, or whatever.
Yeah, and the other thing that we didn't say initially is in terms of the output from the breakouts that we had today, we definitely do want to, if you have, either big paper notes or small paper notes or handwritten notes, please share them with staff. And then Casey and Ali are actually going to go through the one on the mission vision, because again, that is going to be continued on in the Board Affairs Working Group as they start to define the direction for the board's mission vision statement. And then for the priorities, I guess we didn't really think about where that would go. I know that Erin and Sabrina originally had brought that to us, but I guess
I can just send an email to the Parks Board now and ask folks to.
Yeah, so, and then if Saren can compile that, that would be terrific. Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry, Ally, your tent is up and go ahead.
One little thing, and I don't want this to be nitpicky, I just want to think about language. Because I am in agreement with everything you said, Erin. I just want to call out talking about being a contributing member of society and relating that to being able to work. There's lots of ways to contribute to society, even if you are a person who is unable to work. So whenever I think of framing work, often even the term able-bodied was people being put into categories of who was able to work and other people not, and therefore devalued and discounted. So just thinking about how we think of a workforce, and yes, they go on and it's great for their own, it's great for people and it's great for themselves, but it also doesn't, there's many ways to contribute to society. So just as a point.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that you brought that up. I think it's a really important point to make, and not all of us are thinking when we are, you know, using our language, and it's so important. So thank you, Ally, for saying that.
Thank you. So I did have this opportunity for kind of just general reflection, if anybody had any comments, and we don't have any public comment for the end of, you know, one of the pieces of feedback that we got was that we wanted to include public comment at the beginning and the end of every agenda, so we have done so. But I wanted to kind of give a little space for both board members and staff who are present. You know, if there was things that you wanted to sort of comment on, and if there were things that you want us to think about for future retreats, or the board to think about for future retreats, I wanted to provide a little space for that. Because we've been here a long time, I recognize, not to keep you here longer, but just to give you some space to, you know, as you participated, if there are things that you think about that weren't fully captured, or you say, oh, I wanted to tie that earlier discussion for Healthy Parks, Healthy Portland to this later discussion on priorities. Patty.
It occurs to me that before the next retreat, it'd be really good to ask all of the board members what sticks in their mind as particular successes in the course of the year, and what things didn't work, and how can we make them work better next time? Because I think, quite apart from the specifics you get out of that, I mean, it's a good way to sort of prepare one's mind for a retreat, so that you're getting into that mode of making things better.
Appreciate that, thank you. Anyone else?
Well, actually, I'm so sorry. Sometimes I need an extra minute, I think. Bonnie, can you give us a little idea of how we're going to continue these conversations? Like, are we going to continue conversations next board meeting? Or is this going to be on the agenda? What is kind of the direction and timeline from here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as I mentioned to you, you know, I think that the idea was that we would be able to refine our priorities a little bit, and I think that that would really be helpful. I think in the context of work planning for the board generally, I think we do need to be really specific about, you know, again, you know, to Corbin's point is, you know, we all have priorities, but we need to define what the priorities are for the board to a number that is manageable, because you can't have 20 priorities, right? Because then nothing is a priority. So I would like to have space at an upcoming board meeting to zero in on that a little bit, and then hopefully, you know, to come up with something that feels a little bit more like a work plan for the board overall. And then also to think about, you know, the discussion we had about the working groups, right? I mean, the working group charges are supposed to be reviewed and revised every year in terms of, you know, are they supporting the goals of the board, and are they doing it in the appropriate way with the correct, you know, membership and that sort of thing. So I'd like to be able to do that, if that feels appropriate to everybody. I see Corbin's hand up, and I see Adina's tent and Todd's tent.
Right.
Corbin.
Just really quickly regarding, we tend to hold space for reporting back on the working groups. Can we also have a dedicated space for board members just to have these conversations each month when the board is all together?
Yeah,
Whether it's and have it like a dedicated time for over the next year. And that way it's protected from, you know, multiple presentations that may prevent us from having those conversations.
Are you think, talk more, because are you saying you want a little bit of space at every meeting? Or are you talking about a big space at an upcoming meeting? I want to understand what you're.
I think a dedicated time and space for each meeting, beyond just the report back from the working groups, for board members to have that crossover engagement once, maybe through us setting priorities or what have you. Because I feel like a lot of times we're talking in our silos, but we're not bringing that together in a larger process as a full board.
Okay.
Maybe I'm the only one.
No, I totally hear what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out a way that I can meaningfully incorporate it. So are you saying when we say there's going to be space on the agenda for the working group reports, do we want additional space at the end of those working group reports for the kind of conversation you're talking about? And if so, would we also like to have a larger dedicated time for a full board discussion, including those members who weren't able to join us today, to actually delve into the priorities that we talked about in our small groups? Because I think that seems appropriate to me.
I would like to see that happen.
Okay. I think we can make that happen. Okay, Todd.
Sure.
Todd, Adina.
I just wanted to thank you for being here today on a Saturday, a whole day. And I just appreciated being here as staff and being part of the conversations. This is like your retreat. And so I was kind of like cautious, like this is their retreat, their time to be here. And as I was here today, I felt like there was times where it was super valuable for me and maybe moments of contribution as well. And so like, I'm going to take that so I can pass that on to other staff when they participate, because it's unclear sometimes for us as staff. It's like, when do you want us to lean in and when you want us to lean back? And so people were very gracious in allowing me to participate. And I also want like the feedback, was it too much at some time? So like to Patty's point, for next year, when we do the retreat, like what's the right role for staff, you know, beyond the director or the commissioner representative?
I really appreciate that, because one of the things that Erin and I were both surprised about was that not a single staff person responded to the social activity, which, you know, now granted, we haven't had a social activity for 2 years, but you know, because the last one I remember at Pat's house was, I mean, there was a bunch of staff there.
To be fair, we didn't really, I didn't say people needed to go to the social, so.
I'm sorry, can you speak up? I can't hear you.
I didn't specify that staff were to attend the social meeting. I thought that was only board members.
And did you say that to staff? Or did you?
Yes. Not explicitly, like, but if people said, hey, do I need to be there? I said, no, it's not required.
Yeah, so they were invited. And so like, I'll just speak for myself. Like I had a pre-planned engagement before you got that on the calendar. And so then I asked Adina, like, do you want me to go? Should I cancel my other thing? And she said, no, you don't have to cancel. And then I said to my staff, you're welcome to go, but you don't have to go.
Right. And I mean, and the thing is, when people ask me questions, they're like, well, are we supposed to do the systems map? I'm like, well, I'm not going to force anyone to do anything, right? Personally, I thought that was super fun. I mean, I think that the people who were there last night, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but like I said, the one thing I really failed on was I said, speak for 3 to 5 minutes. And I think not a whole person spoke for less than 10 minutes because it was super interesting and super fun. And, you know, some people I know pretty well on the group, and I learned a lot of stuff about everybody. So anyway, so thank you. And I guess, you know, I appreciate all that. Adina.
Just a couple of things. What Todd said, really appreciated how much time everyone took today to do this work. And I feel like it was incredibly productive and efficient. And although the space was probably uninspiring compared to some of the spaces we've had in the past, I think it really lent itself to supporting this work. You know, we had the good technology, we had good amenities, it was, you know, clean, you know, so that was kind of great. Although it's always nice to be out, like at least Botanical Garden or whatever, this just felt like much more professional, and it felt like it really set the stage to do some really good work, and good work was done. And so just want to appreciate especially everyone who helped put together the different sessions, and I think it came together really well. And thank you also to Michelle and Sarah, and who fed us and made sure that everything was in a good place for us to gather today, and for doing the technology and the invitations and all the documents. So thank you for your support.
And Casey's not here, but he did so much in advance of this meeting, so just to recognize him.
That's great, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna echo that. I don't want to repeat everything that has been said, but you know, it's a privilege to chair this group. It's a privilege to be a member of this group. And you know, I really appreciate everybody leaning in. You know, I really wanted to do the retreat, and I really want the board to be a shared leadership model. You know, I'll often shy away from things because I don't think it should be the Bonnie and Casey show. Although I really appreciate Casey stepping in when I'm either overwhelmed with work, or, you know, my father who needs care, or what have you. So thank you, everybody. You know, please expect that as the year goes on, we will call on individuals. I think at this point, you know, everybody is either a working group chair or facilitated a session who was here today, and expect that to continue. So again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, board members. Thank you, sweet Basil.
Bye, Corbin. Bye, Erin.
Yeah, thank you, Bonnie.
Bye, thank you.
And thank you for last night, Erin. That was super.
Oh yeah, it was such a pleasure hosting you all, for those that could make it. It was so much fun. So thanks for coming.